Okay, this time it's official. Committee, we are back in order. This afternoon, we have two topics with actually three bill drafts on our agenda. We're going to start off talking about coroners statewide, Wyoming. Let's see, the burial transit permit amendments, 23 LSO to 0162. Let's start off by just, without going through the bill draft, let's just bring up the folks who are, Ms. Herbakite, why don't you come up here? That's always helpful if you bring people that know what they're talking about. Just refresh the committee on what the need for this bill draft was, the burial transit permit amendments, and what you can tell. We won't walk through the bill yet. We'll get there in a few minutes, but just tell us a little bit about the history behind this.
Mr. Chairman, Lori Herbakite with the Wyoming Funeral Directors Association, and I'll first introduce Mr. Jeff Jacoby, who is a licensed funeral practitioner, and he can explain this much better. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Jacoby. I can't hit my online. I'm sorry. Welcome. It's good to see you here today.
Mr. Chairman, always nice to see you, and thank you for allowing me to come and address the committee regarding what I believe is an important issue that faces the entire state of Wyoming funeral service practitioners and the industry as a whole. Purpose of this amendment to this bill is just for clarification in regards to the need of temporary burial transit permits for purposes of transporting out of state, for purposes of donation and or examination. For instance, in the case of a county coroner, when an examination or an autopsy is required, there's a need for a permit in which to transport that human remains out of state. It is my belief that this bill is necessary due to the fact, and these amendments are necessary because, one, I think we need clarification as to when a permit, a permanent permit for burial, or cremation, or anatomical donation is required versus the need to be transported out of state and to be returned ultimately to the state for purposes of chain of custody when transporting human remains out of state for purpose of donation or examination. So I think that there's a need for physical custody prior to that transportation, and then ultimately the need for that human remains to be returned to the state in order for the permanent permit, the burial transit permit, to be issued depending upon the type of disposition that the family requests, whether it's burial, cremation, anatomical donation, or otherwise.
Very good. Anything further, Mr. Herbakite? No? And you have somebody sitting next to you.
I do.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, ma'am.
Yes, sir, Chairman. Chairman, my name is Rebecca Reed. I'm the Laramie County Coroner. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. I'm in support of this bill due to with having some issues with coroners issuing permits and the bodies going to Donor Alliance and then not returning back to the state. When I first moved here to Cheyenne, we had a few incidents where we possibly had a coroner's case, which whether it be a homicide, suicide, accidental, or undetermined death, they were transported to Denver, and then we were contacted for a backwards case. So with that being said, we lose evidence. We're not able to actually see the body, and so that kind of puts us behind on our caseload. Whether or not, if it's going to be a case going to trial, then we have to say, sorry, the body was tampered with, unfortunately. So I'm for this bill and hoping that we will be able to work together with Vital Statistics to come to a conclusion to be able to put this bill in effect.
Very good. We have these three up here. Any questions, committee, for any of these three? The committee has the postprandial sleepiness. For those of you who don't know what it means you just ate lunch and you'd like to take a siesta. Okay, stand by. I'm sure we will have questions for you as time goes. Those of you who are more obsessive compulsive, and I will notice that I changed the order up a little bit from our agenda, and that's okay. That's my prerogative. But I wanted to get this bill out of the way first, but then we'll get to the other subject about the statewide coroners. So, do we have anybody from Department of Health or any departments here that wish to testify to this? Come on up, sir. welcome to Lake Vernon Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guy Bedoin, Deputy Registrar for the state of Wyoming. Really here to answer any questions that the committee might have as we go through the process to clarify any of our existing processes and we do have rules that discuss permits, and I don't know that may have been entered in. We have the authority to promulgate rules, but I'm here to answer any questions that any of the committee members might have with regards to this proposal.
Committee members, any comments, questions? Go ahead, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and forgive me, I might be the post-lunch as well, and I have probably a question for the funeral practitioners as well. But one of the things that concerned me about this bill last time, and I actually asked for more information, is about families and decisions that families can make. And in particular, I was actually very concerned about tribal burial. And it seems to me that what this bill does is it takes away some of the opportunities, if you want to call it, the rights of families right now in order to transport bodies, to have the rituals, the grieving, whatever that they want, by putting it all there. It makes a requirement for a funeral practitioner. So I'm curious about your view regarding that, but if you could also kind of back us up a little bit and tell us about the Department of Health's role, your role, and vital statistics in terms of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, a little history. The majority of our statutes were written at a time when paper documents were still filed. So death records were filed. They were started by a funeral home director or person acting as such who would take custody of a body. They would obtain a paper copy of the certificate. They would submit that certificate to a medical certifier. That could be a doctor. At that time, it was only a doctor. And then they would ensure that the medical certification worked to be completed, and then a permit could be issued for the final disposition, be it interment, which would be burial, or entombment, or cremation. And that would be filed with a local registrar, which for the most part, we still have 2 counties that participate as local registrars, Laramie County and Park County. Dr. Billen is the health officer in Park County. He's still a local registrar. And they would then issue a permit so that whomever it was that filed the death certificate could take the body to its final disposition, be it burial or other means, cremation, or even removal from state if they were to take it to another state. This can be done in the state of Wyoming without a funeral home right now. And it's that term person acting as such that allows someone other than a licensed funeral home. When this law was written, it was a funeral home director. Now it's a funeral service practitioner. So that's a licensed practitioner in the state of Wyoming. So those individuals are able to embalm and provide services to the family. Families can do these themselves today. They still have to file the death certificate, and they still have to obtain a permit to either transport or to bury the body. This would be issued by the local registrar. Again, we're kind of thinking about those paper when we were doing things paper. In 2015, we transitioned to an electronic system, which opened it up for a lot of users, but it kind of took the families out. So we utilized the law that allows my office, Vital Records. So I'm the deputy registrar. Director Johansson is the registrar by law. And we're allowed to, through statute, to create registration districts, which we do. We have 23, so each of the states or each of the counties are a jurisdiction. And within those, we've been able to recently assign coroners and funeral home directors or funeral service practitioners today, they are local registrars and they're able to issue permits at this time. It also allows then the family member, if they do not wish to use a funeral home, to either through the coroner or through a funeral home, or they can approach our office as long as a medical certifier will complete their death record. And I'm looking at Senator Baldwin. We've had some of these conversations about certifying death certificates. But as long as they will indicate that they're going to complete the certificate, a permit can be issued. And we will issue those. In the last 4 years, we've issued 126 permits to persons acting as such. So either tribal members, the majority of the tribal members, though, will use through Wind Dancer or one of the other services, they'll use Davis Funeral Home or they'll use Hudson Funeral Home. But there are instances when a party wants to use, for religious purposes, they want to bury or direct bury themselves. And this is the family that does this. It's not another person representing the family. That would kind of put the person into a funeral service practitioner role. So, so the permits are issued. It's electronic now. So the death certificate has to be filed in order to issue a permit. And again, as Mr. Jacoby noted, there are for internment, burial, transit, and then body donation are 3 of the final dispositions that a permit can be used. So I hope that provides a little bit of background for you.
Follow up, Representative Conley?
Thank you. A whole lot more. However, when I get to the bottom line is, would these, at this point, it was 126, it's a little more than 1 every 2 weeks, families in some way wanted to bypass using a funeral service practitioner. Would they, if this bill passed, would they still be able to do the same kind of burial or transportation or anything along those lines if we pass this bill? Or do we take that away? So honestly, that's what I'm most worried about, was that we're taking away the ability of families to grieve and to say goodbye to their loved one, and putting it in the hands of funeral practitioners for a problem that maybe we don't need this bill to solve. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, by eliminating that word, persons acting as such, for the permitting process, this would, I believe, would change the class of individuals that could issue the permit. So I think the authority to issue the title as a local registrar still comes back to the Department of Health. So we would still be able to do that, but eliminating the person acting as such and just keeping it as a funeral service practitioner, that means you have to have a licensed person. So you might even want to take into consideration some funeral homes, and I'll use Wiederspan here in town as an example. Mr. John Radomski is the only funeral service practitioner in that business. So his employees wouldn't have the authority to do that either. It would be just the practitioner. So it could. So to answer your question, Representative Conley, it could exclude those parties from doing that.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you. But it doesn't prevent the family from disposing of the decedent in some way, excluding a funeral practitioner. It just, they need a permit. But if the family then said, obviously within bounds of public health requirements and stuff, that we just want to, expose them on a platform to the sky or something like that, this bill doesn't stop them from doing that. It's just they need the practitioner to sign off. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, they can do that now. This bill would include the funeral home now, but today they can get the same result without the bill.
Go ahead, Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Chairman. Is this going to put another financial burden on the family if we do this?
Mr. Bodie, go ahead.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Stivar, if they're charged for the service, yes. So right now, the family, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stivar, I'll give you just a quick a scenario, maybe. Would that be okay?
That's fine, proceed.
So it's been probably 5 years ago, a funeral home in the southern part of the state was approached early in the morning to come in to file the death certificate, because you can't issue the permit without the certificate being filed. That's just one of the functions of the electronic system, unfortunately. So he had to get up early in the morning to go fill out the information on the certificate and then issue the permit. And it was a donor event. And the family opted not to use the individual, but the law doesn't prevent the funeral service practitioner from charging a fee for issuing the permit either. There's compensation to the local registrars through the law. They get 50 cents for every local registrar activity that they do, a whole 50 cents. But it doesn't say they can't charge. So this individual charged the family or charged Donor Alliance $250 to create the permit. And the family didn't come back to that funeral service practitioner, but they still received compensation. So the family ultimately, either through Donor Alliance or somebody, there was an additional fee that was paid. So to your point, yes, there would be potentially an additional fee that would be incurred. I hope that was maybe somewhat an example.
Yeah, he says yes, that was the thumbs up. Further questions, committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And something else just hit me that you said. It was regarding the language that's in here, that a funeral service practitioner designated as a deputy registrar. Now, you said you were a deputy registrar. Would that then make funeral practitioners the same as you? And how does that work with the state?
Mr. Bodine, go ahead.
Senator Baldwin, Representative Conley. So as I noted, the Director Johansson is the registrar. He appoints a deputy to administer the vital statistics program. So yes, that's me. In the language as it exists today, it could be interpreted that it would be another deputy registrar. The language does designate, so our office can designate local registrars and deputy local registrars who can issue permits as well. And that's what we do with funeral homes currently, and we do that with the coroners as well. In fact, a couple of the coroners that are here are deputy local registrars, and they're able to issue permits.
Follow-up, Representative Conley.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, okay. So what looked like a cleanup to start with on page 2, lines 12 and 13, where it says the funeral director or person acting as such service practitioner. So that looks like cleanup, but what you're telling us is really the cleanup is changing funeral director to funeral service practitioner, but that the language or person acting as such honestly limits families. So if we change that language to funeral service practitioner or person acting as such, would that then kind of protect what we have right now in terms of families who want to kind of move bodies? So that's my first question.
Question 1, go ahead.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Conley. So yes, and we could do that throughout our statutes. If we look at 35-1418 for filing death certificates, it lists funeral home directors also. So it might be, instead of doing it one place, maybe we could do a cleanup altogether. But to your point, yes, ma'am, that would work.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up?
I'll bet you have a number 2 since you had a number 1. Go ahead,
Yes.
Representative Conley.
All right, thank you. And then on line 2, or I'm sorry, on page 2, line 19, where it says deputy registrar. If we change that in any place else it exists to local registrar, is that language that then kind of takes care of perhaps the ambiguity about what exactly or who exactly a deputy registrar is?
Go ahead, sir.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Conley, I think we could do that in rule. I don't necessarily know that we would need to have that in statute. A local registrar could be defined in rule. In the very first chapter of rules, our rules, we could define who a local registrar could be to include coroners, and maybe we wouldn't even have to do a change in the law.
We like rules. It's much simpler than the statute. Oh, question number 3. Go ahead, Representative Conley.
All right, Mr. Chairman. All right. Mr. Boudin, in your capacity with the Division of Vital Statistics, do we need this bill? I mean, and you're not talking about policy, but you've just given us a variety of kind of confusing issues that exist because of this bill. And I'm curious if you see it as something that we need right now.
Go ahead, sir.
Senator Baldwin, Representative Conley, I would use an example. In 2017, the Judiciary Committee, when Senator Christensen was a co-chair, Paul Zamora from the Coroners Association and myself sat in front of the committee, and the question was about overdose deaths and why we had so many unspecified opioid overdose deaths. And he asked us both, he said, do we really need to make law for this? And between the association and our office, we were able to come up with a process that we implemented. It wasn't even in rule, it was just a process that the coroners used to ask questions about overdoses. And we were able to go from 33% unspecified opioid deaths to 0 for the last 5 years, just by providing some guidance and implementing practice. I think we could probably do the same thing here, working with the association and the funeral homes. We do have a good relationship with them, and I think we could probably take care of that.
Okay, further questions? Chairman Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But on the other hand, Mr. Boudin, some of the issue we heard at the last meeting was were situations where, at least in my recollection, a person died and was basically transferred into the custody of a donor operation, kind of unbeknownst to the person who was theoretically legally obliged to provide a burial permit. And then we hear also that sometimes the body gets out of state and they find that maybe there is some reason to have a coroner involvement. So it seems to me that that's not the kind of problem that can be just solved by a friendly discussion between your office and the coroners if the hospitals and the donor folks are not bound by your friendly discussion and move bodies. And then we go, oh, oops, or converse. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me that the person who is legally obliged to produce a permit would feel a little dubious about providing a permit for a body they haven't seen. I mean, I don't think I would care for that. So how does the solve the problem between us approach address that?
Mr. Boudin?
Senator Baldwin, Madam Co-Chair, that's a question that I think that as part of the executive branch, we have a tough time. I would give you an example of timely filing of the medical certification. A doctor that doesn't sign a death certificate for 45 days. I spend a lot of time on the phone talking to hospitals and working with funeral homes, trying to get doctors to sign. And it's in law that says it will be done in a timely manner. For these permits in the chain of custody, I think I think in the last year and a half, we've cleared quite a bit of that up. I don't know that there have been many circumstances where a body, where it was relayed to Donor Alliance that it needed to come back, hasn't come back. Now, a family can change their mind at any time, but as Coroner Reed alluded to, if it's a coroner's case, I think that the coroner needs to maybe exert their authority as the coroner that says the body will come back to us. I don't know if the permit is the instrument for that, though. The permit just gives the individual transporting either the authority to move the body or to bury or to intern it or cremate it. There could be some stipulations associated with that, but again, the permit for final disposition, we're not really talking about chain of custody. We're just saying that it's okay to take this body to do something with it. It could be organs harvested and brought back, or organs harvested and cremated. We can change the format of the permit that maybe lists some specific activities after whatever that intermediate intent is. Mr. Jacoby brought up creating an intermediate or some middle ground type of permit. We could absolutely do that, and I think we could do that in rule. We don't have anything like that right now that says this is a temporary permit that you'll use to move the body, you'll return it. I think we could do that. But if a family changes their mind and opts to go to cremation, who gets to be the wielder of the hammer and say, you've just broken this law or this rule? I don't know if that's vital records or if it's a funeral home. I don't know where the authority would lie with that.
Disclaimer here is I'm not one of those practitioners that's taken 45 days.
You're not.
Shake your head, that's
No,
correct,
no.
Senator Baldwin.
Yeah.
I do certified death certificates, so yes, Representative Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to wear this thing out, but I was under the impression that this bill was, the purpose of it was to determine the chain of custody because we were concerned about bodies that went over state line to maybe a forensic pathologist or something because of the need to have more specific information, and then returning that body back. And what I remember is that the funeral home or the person that was designated to care for that deceased person had no idea where they were going. Like once they went there, where did they go? Did they go to be cremated? Did they go to a harvesting place? Where did they go? And I thought that's what the intent of this was. Am I incorrect in that? Do you know?
Mr. Renee.
Senator Baldwin, Representative Ottman, I don't know. I do know that we have had a couple of circumstances where a practitioner took their time and put a lot of effort into providing a service to a family that the family opted after harvesting to maybe use more inexpensive or a different service. And maybe the funeral service practitioner had already put time and effort into providing quality service to the family, and maybe the family changed their mind. I don't know that a permit change is going to be able to do that. Now, as far as chain of custody is concerned, one of the dispositions is removal from state, and it's really just a clearance to move that body. We do that with bodies that get shipped to foreign countries. We'll say it's removed from state. We don't know if it's going to be cremated or buried in the foreign country. We issue the permit that just says it's okay for that body to leave our custody right now. There is nothing that says it has to be returned. Again, we could update or change a permit to indicate if a body is needed for follow-on purposes. I think that could be not a simple add, but it could be an add to our permits. But I hope that is a little more clarification for you.
Follow up.
Yes. May we have them come back up here?
We, momentarily.
Mr. Chairman,
Not yet, ma'am.
Oh,
They-
okay.
They will be back up though, I suspect.
you will be back. All right. Because it seems to me as though both, I'm getting good answers, but they're not related.
Well, we'll iron all that out. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Senator McEwen, I believe you had a question. I saw your hand earlier. I'm sorry, I really wasn't ignoring you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm listening to the testimony on this bill, excuse me, there's one burning question in the back of my mind. When I go talk to my constituents and say I'm supporting this bill, they're going to ask me, what do we get out of it? Or how does this help us? And the only thing I'm seeing it help is another governmental process, which frankly was stated earlier, they can do whatever they want right now. So my question is, what do our constituents get out of it? And why is the bill critical? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You can answer that if you may, but I know there's some other people that will provide an answer for that.
Thank you, Chairman Baldwin. I can't answer that.
Okay. One last question here, and then we're perhaps going to bring somebody else back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question I got is, could you do all this, what's in this bill now, could you do this by rules?
Go ahead.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Stivar, yes, I believe we could change the permit to actually have a function on it for the return. If I may, the disinterment, reinterment, we use the same permit for all of these. We still have our old books for the disinterment, reinterment. Many of the funeral homes, we've done 3 of these in like the last 2 years that I remember of. So we'll send them a paper copy and they'll go back and disinter the body and reinter it. But that doesn't require a funeral home practitioner either. A family can do that. There's a set of rules that designate how disinterment will happen. There's a couple of things we could really work on, and we could work with the funeral service practitioners to update, I believe, in rule. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, before we dig any deeper here, go ahead, Chairman Wilson. Dick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did just want to say, this committee has experienced several years ago issues where the board, pertinent board of a situation, assumed that they had rulemaking authority to do something, which was, for good cause to issue something or other in circumstances that were slightly beyond what was in the letter of the statute. And the attorney, this is for the committee's background, the Attorney General's office reviews all these rule changes before they authorize them. And the board was told that you don't actually have statutory authority to say, well, if for good cause, we can do this other thing. So I'm not an attorney, but it's possible if we assume that they have rulemaking, because if you read through the existing text on pages 2 and 3, I don't see anything in the existing text about temporary burial permits for transporting around. Again, I'm not an attorney, but it does seem to me that it's possible that it could, rules creating temporary processes where it's not specifically authorized in statute could get bounced back, and you might see it again in a couple years. Just saying. I know we have our attorney here, but the AG's office has their own special thought process. And I don't know, I don't want to put our LSO attorney in there, the matter to opine on that. I'm just throwing it out. That was all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give you a break from the hot seat there, and it's gotten quite warm. I would like Ms. Herbakite and Mr. Jacoby to come back up. Ms. Herbakite deferred. Come on up, Mr. Jacoby. And there's a couple questions lingering out there that perhaps you can answer.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having me back up. There's a number of things I'd like to address in regards to that, but also I don't want to take time away. But I would just, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just in response to Representative Ottman's question, what is the true purpose of this? And she's absolutely correct. And it's about chain of custody. It's about when we receive a phone call at 2 a.m. from the hospital that there's been a death, and we're informed that Donor Alliance is going to be involved. And we find out shortly thereafter that Donor Alliance already has possession of the remains, is asking for a permit of an individual that I have not seen. In regards to Mr. Radomski, is my competitor here in Cheyenne. He owns the other funeral home. We respond to Radomski, and Mr. Bedoin made reference to John. He has specifically said he will not issue a permit if he has not laid eyes and has taken physical custody of that individual. And I understand why, because I have been in the position to issue permits in the middle of the night to Donor Alliance as they're moving human remains across state lines. I text a picture of that permit. We're in the electric age, right? So we can do those type of things, because why? We want to help families. I've spoken with the CEO of Donor Alliance. She may be on the phone right now, or at least by computer, Jennifer, and she is in support of this amendment. She believes it's necessary because it makes her job easier to make sure that those remains are returned to the state. It has teeth. She says, I can tell a family, I'm sorry, that permit is just temporary, but we have to return the remains. So here we have a human remains going across state lines, never laid my eyes on the individual. They're going to Donor Alliance, which we support. We want to be supportive of that family and donation purposes. And then donation takes place, and then I get a phone call from a crematory or a funeral home in Colorado stating that they need us to file the death certificate and they need a permit to do the cremation. I have no idea who they are. I've never seen the decedent. I just assumed that they were being returned back to the state of Wyoming. Not the case. I'm told by Vital Records that I have an obligation to issue that permit. I am a deputy registrar. And if that does not take place, they have the authority to remove me as a deputy registrar. That's upsetting and disturbing. I have a business to run. I have a business to run in Cheyenne, Casper, and Rollins. So what do? We support the family, we support donation, we file the death certificate, and we provide a permit for cremation. When you have Donor Alliance understanding the concerns that faces us, and you have the funeral industry in the state of Wyoming that understands that, I am concerned that possibly there is a disconnect in regards to the original purpose of this statute and exactly what the industry, the funeral service practitioners, are dealing with on a daily basis to make sure that we're taking care of the families, of course, their loved ones, supporting donation. And all we're asking is that human remains be returned back. Some would say, well, Jeff, you're just trying to control the process. Not so. I disagree. I'm trying to protect my license. I'm issuing a permit in the dead of night for somebody I don't know, going across state lines to an unregulated state. Don't forget, Colorado does not have any regulation in the state in regards to who is operating a crematory, who's doing burials. You can do that in your bathtub in Fort Collins. Now, I'm told that if I issue a permit and let's say we have a situation as in Grand Junction, I'm sure you're familiar with it right now, Sunset Mesa Funeral Home in Grand Junction, where they were parting remains, selling human body parts. What if Jeff Jacoby, my license, issues a permit? I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but what if? And it goes across state lines, it has donation, perfect. We've done our job. We've supported that process. Released to a discount cremation service as an example. Let's say they're parting human remains, and it's that one Wyoming resident that happened to. Do you possibly think that Jeff Jacoby and my business and my license is not going to get in the mix of that lawsuit? Even though I've been told that, don't worry, you're a deputy registrar, you've done your job that we've asked you to do. Do you really believe I'm not going to get sued over that? Of course I am. Senator, and I apologize, there was a gentleman, Senator
McEwen.
McEwen, that said, what about my constituents? How do I go to my constituents and tell them what benefit is there for this amendment? When you have a Wyoming resident leaving the state of Wyoming, going to an unregulated state, handling human remains, it should be perfectly clear, hopefully, what concerns there are for your own constituency. We are here to protect the interests of the families, but of the decedent. We're here to protect the interests of the tribe, to make sure that they have the right to do what they need to do to care for their loved ones. I have issued permits numerous times for families to take possession of their loved one, to transport them where they need to go, to do what they need to do. I get up at 2 a.m. to do all of that. And when you have a relationship like we do, not only throughout the state, but now we also have Donor Alliance saying, I believe that there's a need for a temporary permit. I believe that there's a need for you folks to have physical custody of the remains before you issue that permit. I believe that there is a need for me to be able to tell a family, you can use whoever you want, but this remains is going back to the state of Wyoming. Speak with John Radomski at Wiederspoon Radomski. If you want to use ABC Crematory in Denver, they will work with you and take care of that. John Radomski's done it. I've done it. This is not about working with a state agency to correct a nuance in regards to the permitting issue, as much as it is protecting the interests of the families and making sure that as a funeral service practitioner, a licensed individual in the state of Wyoming, that my license is protected when that individual leaves the state. And I just want to see that human being returned, and I will release that individual to anyone that the family wants them to be released to. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Chairman. It goes back to my question. Isn't that going to be a more financial hardship on the family to bring it back to Wyoming, to send it back to Colorado, if it's in Colorado or Nebraska?
Mr. Jacoby.
Thank you.
Chairman, Representative Stivar. I think it's a great question because I think that there's a bit of confusion as to exactly who pays to transport that individual to Colorado, which doesn't answer all of your question, but I will, okay? So when we are contacted by Donor Alliance that they will be taking possession of let's say, Mr. Jones, as an example, we will then assist them with the permit. They transport down at the cost of Donor Alliance, not of the family. And then they are then transported back at the cost of Donor Alliance, not of the family. So there's no additional charge for that. Now, in relation to what if Donor Alliance then releases it to ABC Crematory in Denver? And is there a financial cost to the family to have that individual transported from Wyoming back down to Denver? There would be a mileage fee. Yes, I would agree with that.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jacoby, I've got several questions.
Sure.
Okay. So let's just start with, nobody here wants body part selling. All right, and that's illegal. That's already illegal, right? And so that we have to kind of, I think, put that aside a little bit, because that really isn't what this bill is about, right? Because that is already illegal. We don't need to worry about that one. Okay. So one of the things that concerned me was about the language in here that takes away the ability of families to do what they're doing right now in terms of moving their decedent. And so, for example, on page 2, line 12, this isn't just cleanup language. This is language that puts in the hands now of funeral service practitioners all of that control over movement by taking away the clause or person acting as such. So what if we put that clause back in? We did your cleanup language and changed funeral director to funeral service practitioner, but we added back in or person acting as such. So that's my first question to you.
Question number one of several. She didn't qualify how many it was me. Go ahead, Mr. Jacoby.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I appreciate the question. I would say that in that instance, a person acting on behalf of the service practitioner would be reasonable language, because and I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, go ahead. I apologize. Person
Number
acting
two.
as such,
No.
like as a funeral service practitioner in in place of?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I nodded my head no vigorously. No, because that's different, not acting as a funeral service practitioner, but the person acting as such could be a family member. Right now, is my understanding from the answer from Mr. Baudoin. So let's put back that language in, and so those 126 bodies whose families took care of them, we can continue to do that. Because at this point, to me, the answer in part to Representative Stivlar's question was that, yes, there'd be an increased cost to the 126 families over 4 years. We're not talking a whole lot, but why would we take it away from folks in Wyoming, the ability to do that? So can we put that back in, or do you see that as a fatal harm to this bill?
Mr. Jacoby. And I see we drew Ms. Urbakite back to the table. Go ahead.
Probably best, Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly. I would say that if in those instances where it does not prevent a family member from taking possession at that point, assuming that that's what that speaks to, then I think, that is perfectly fine. My concern was the person acting as such was in relation to someone being designated as a deputy registrar, where you're giving vital records the ability to designate somebody who is serving as a deputy registrar that could issue permits like, for instance, Donor Alliance in Colorado. And so that's where I kind of stood up and said, no, that's not going to be appropriate. The reason for my suggestion that it just be a funeral service practitioner is because we understand the rules in the state. It's not to limit some family from the ability to proceed with their services, whether it be a tribe or otherwise, or to grieve. That was never the intent of that. And I'm not sure by removing that, it does prevent that from happening. But I'm not opposed to it if that's the specific rationale for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up and we'll come back to Chairman Wilson.
It was a bit of a follow-up, but because it's been mentioned a couple of times, I did ask you at the last meeting to specifically contact the tribes. Can you tell us if you did that and who you spoke with and what their response to this bill was?
Mr. Jacoby.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I'm going to defer that question actually to Jamie Kirkland of Davis Funeral Home. And he was supposed to be available via. Is he here?
I'm getting a nod. He is there. Let's go ahead and let him in.
Okay, very good.
Are you there, sir? We can't see your picture. I see a space for your picture, but
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
we can hear you perfect. Go ahead. We can hear you without your picture.
Okay, I apologize that my picture will not show up. I'm unaware why it's not. So contacting the tribes, I have not contacted the tribes
Can
personally.
you reintroduce yourself, please, sir, for just for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jamie Kirkland. I am with Davis Funeral Home in Riverton, Wyoming. I'm a board of director on the Wyoming Funeral Directors Association. I am also a board of director for the licensing board for the Funeral Service Practitioners of Wyoming. I serve the Wind River Reservation in Fremont County quite often, both tribes, the Arapaho and Shoshone. And so contacting the tribe, I have not. I did visit with LSO Representative Katie Talbot twice on the phone, and she did inform me that she reached out to the Joint Business Council, and she also talked to a chief of the tribe. It was my understanding that there was a letter submitted to this committee about the permitting of the registrars. So Guy Baudoin can answer the question if there are still 2 active registrars on the reservation. At one point in time, probably in the last 5 years, there has been one from each tribe. I did visit with Dominic Weigel from Hudson's Funeral Home in Lander, and to see if there has been any issues or any concerns with anybody he has served from the tribes, and there has not. Dominic is the funeral director that assists Mr. Dwayne Cady from Wind Dancer Funeral Home. Anytime there's someone that he helps. Mr. Dwayne Cady is not a licensed funeral service practitioner, and does not need to be because he is on the Wind River Reservation. However, between Hudson's Funeral Home and Davis Funeral Home, we always make sure that a burial transit permit is secured and filed along the lines that we've talked about according to this working draft. So anytime we take care of somebody, a burial transit permit is always filed correctly for the tribes.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Conley has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. So what I heard is that, of course, you're acting within the law right now, but what this bill does is kind of limit, honestly, the current abilities to only funeral service practitioners in some cases. And you just mentioned that one of the people who you work with is not a funeral service practitioner. And so I'm wondering if that person in the services that he does would be limited by this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottoman. I appreciate you asking that question because earlier you brought that up. I don't believe this restricts anybody that isn't a funeral service practitioner from obtaining a permit. I believe that this only makes sure that a permit is going to be filed in a timely fashion for somebody that is going to be buried or cremated or transferred out of state.
Chairman Wilson, you had a question. I'm sorry.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It kind of follows on Representative Connolly's question. But so on page 2, beginning in line 12, her question was about asking about reinserting person acting as such. The problem that I think I see a problem though with that. Supposing that we did that, then it would say the funeral service practitioner or person acting as such, which the thought was, well, that would be the family perhaps, who assumes physical custody of a dead body shall obtain a burial transit permit. So that would mean that if the family had physical custody of the body, then they still have to get a permit. And then the next sentence though says, the burial transit permit shall be issued by the local registrar or a funeral service practitioner designated. So inserting person acting as such in lines 12 and 13 does not solve the problem in lines 17 through 19 of a registrar or practitioner issuing a permit without ever having seen the body.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
My answer to that would be, that was my questions 1 and 2. My question 3 would
Oh.
be, we would need to then get rid of, and it's not only here on page 2, it's elsewhere where we have funeral service practitioner designated as a deputy registrar throughout the bill as well. And it's like in 4 places, I think.
Chairman Wilson.
So, but processing that, it sounds like what that would do though, if we insert person acting as such all the way throughout, then we have somehow a way, and I'll just call them the family, some way in which the family is going to be able to create a burial transit permit. How are they going to do that?
Okay. And
And
we're
do
gonna
we
hold the
really
conversation
want
here.
family members to come out of their house and say, oh, too bad Uncle Ted died. We'll create a permit with this nifty little online feature and disappear with the body? I mean, that's true, but then that's probably a homicide. Like, I'm not sure we
We're going down
want
a bad
that.
road. Are there any further questions? Ms. Herbicide would like to speak to us
Thank you,
here.
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of maybe throw out a different thought on this. So I understand the concern about families and the concern that, and maybe not only families, but different religions and certainly the tribes, and maybe they have different needs and wants when it comes to a transit. I think we need to address that separately. I don't think that fits in here. We're talking about transferring bodies across state line. That's not what the families normally are doing. They normally need someone to assist with that. So so I think we need to work on some specific language that would ease your concern about the families, and I think we can do that. I think we need to stay focused that this is about transit across state lines and making certain that the families and that the constituents and that the funeral home directors, the practitioners know where that body is and when it's coming back. That's what the purpose of this bill is. So we need to stay focused on that. And if we need to add language, to tweak some language, I'll go in search of other states and see if there's some specific language, not only for families, but for religions and for the tribes that we may need to insert in here.
Thank you. Are there further questions, committee, online, on the floor? What I suspect is if this bill passes, that you will be tasked with that we're going to be looking for language, because I don't think this concern's going away. See, Senator Hutchings has a finger up. Does that mean you have a question?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I'm seeing this so differently, I think, and I want to make sure that I'm seeing this bill correctly. My thought was that, and Mrs. Urbicite and Mr. Jacoby can tell me if I'm seeing it right. In the middle of the night, someone passes away or dies, and the registrar, Mr. Jacoby, gets a call and says, you need to sign this permit because we're going to send this body to Colorado so that they can, the person wanted to donate their eyes or their liver or something. And Mr. Jacoby never sees the body, but he sends electronically a permit. And as far as he knows, he doesn't know what's happened to that body. Could a crime have been permitted? He wants to actually see that body, write the permit out, get that body to the donor in the donor agency in Colorado or wherever as soon as possible so they can harvest those organs and then get the body back. I also think that if I'm saying to my family, I'm going to have you take my eyes when I die, I would have had some kind of a financial arrangement with the Donor Alliance or something so that they can make those transportation or have a transportation fee without coming back on the family. So Mr. Jacoby's concern is that he sees the body, gets it permitted, sends it off, and gets it back. That to me is the only reason we're doing this, where before he's sending that body away without seeing it, a crime could have been committed because the family just sends it to Donor Alliance possibly. And like he's saying, there's a chain of custody. It's a good idea to have someone else outside the family know what's going on with the body. Is that what this bill is doing, or am I just totally out to lunch?
Mr. Jacoby.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings, that's the basis initially of this bill. It's important that we are mindful of the fact that we're protecting the interests of the families and the decedent. That's really what this is about. I will agree with Lori that that's the primary reason, but there's also, I just want to just be mindful. Physical custody, we talked about that. Defining exactly who is the deputy registrar and not just any person acting as such that can be designated by vital records, somebody that has an understanding of the industry within it. And then just creating these two separate temporary permits which require the individual be returned. And then at that point, if the family should so choose to use ABC Crematory in Fort Collins, Colorado, the funeral home will work with the family. And of course, that business in which to assist that family regarding cremation, for instance, and prepare and provide a final cremation or burial transit permit, which allows for cremation. So I just appreciate the fact that it gives us an opportunity just to express the concerns that we have. We just need clarification. We need it fine-tuned. I appreciate Mr. Bedoyne's willingness to work within the industry. I think had that have happened, or I'm not saying that he wasn't willing to do that, but I would have hoped that it would have happened by now. And it is not. I think every time a human remains leaves the state of Wyoming going to a state that does not regulate the industry, all it takes is one time. And I know that you made reference to the body parting, and I know that that's a sensational thing, and I'm not suggesting that. But what happens if that individual is cremated with another human remains, which of course is against the law? Has it happened? Not by me, but can it happen? Of course. Do we know who those individuals are that's doing that work? That's the concern that I have. I'm not trying to prevent the family from making decisions as far as the disposition or celebrating their loved one by any way, shape, or form. I just want to make sure that when a licensed funeral service practitioner, who I believe is the one that should be a designated deputy registrar, is issuing that permit, that individual is seen, is returned, and then we'll issue a final permit wherever they want that individual to go.
Any further questions, committee? Seeing none, go ahead and rest back in your relaxing seats. And thank you for
Mr.
coming out.
Chairman. Thank you, committee.
They're really not relaxing seats. These seats are much better than back there. Okay, let's open this to public testimony. Anybody in the room or online wish to give public testimony on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, we have David Harness online as well as Tom Bennett.
Okay, let's let David in. Go ahead and let them both in, and we'll hear from David first.
There we go.
There you are, David.
So,
Introduce yourself first and then go ahead and talk to the committee.
my name is Dave Harness. I'm with the Johnson County Coroner's Office, and I also own a funeral home in Buffalo. Mr. Chairman, my feelings are with Mr. Jacoby in that if you have bodies moving around without the knowledge of the people who are ultimately responsible for filing the death certificate and what happens to that body. I mean, death certificates need to delineate where the body's going and what's going to happen to it. And if we want to think that the hospitals always release bodies and the doctors are signing certificates that are correct, and 90+% of the time they are. But there are those times when they're not correct. And you have bodies that are taken, let's say we have an injury in Buffalo and the body goes to Casper, stays in the hospital, and then goes on to a crematory in Colorado. There's a lot of moving parts there. And I think that, if we're going to be accurate for the families, and I agree again with Mr. Jacoby, what funeral home takes it is, that's the absolute choice of the family. But what happens to it in the meantime is kind of our responsibility. And, funeral directors are responsible for filing the death certificate. And we just have to have some chain of custody, so to speak. And that's my 2 cents.
Questions for David, committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. And that moves us on to the next gentleman, who's obviously the smartest one in the room because he has more books than anybody. Go ahead, sir.
Bookstore. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Baldwin, Chairman Wilson, other members of the panel. I'm Tom Bennett, Dr. Bennett. I'm the forensic pathologist out of Sheridan. I just would only bring up one thing, that this may become even more of a problem as we in the future are dealing with the shortage of forensic pathologists. We'll probably talk about that more a little bit later here, but there's going to be an issue where transporting to Nebraska, to Colorado, to Idaho, Montana, wherever, we're going to have issues with that, trying to find the autopsies to be performed too. So that's just another concern we have.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Bennett? The committee is now officially asleep. Thank you very much, Dr. Bennett.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do we have any further online testimony? That's it. Anyone else in the room? Last opportunity. Okay, we're going to close this for public comment. What's your desire, committee?
Move the bill.
Bill's been moved by Wilson, seconded by Brown. Let's go through the bill page by page, if you would, and then discuss it. Any discussion on page 1? Page 2,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, on page 2, line 12, I want to reinsert the language "or person acting as such."
Do we have a second, committee? We have a second from Representative Orr. Discussion. Representative or Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, I think the language on line 12, or person acting as such, should be inserted after the word practitioner on line 13.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not in favor, but just to be clear.
Very grammatically correct. Thank you. Further discussion on the proposed amendment, committee? No discussion. Are you? Oh, there is a hand. Senator Hutchins, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received from Clarissa some proposed amendments. And if you look at that on page 2, line 13, that is a proposed amendment already after practitioner to insert "or person acting on his behalf." I don't know if that's supposed to be on behalf of the practitioner or on the behalf of the funeral director, but I agree with Representative or Chairman Wilson that that's a good place to put it.
Correct.
Because it's already been provided for us there.
Further comments, committee? Go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess aside from the fact that it's in the proposed amendment language, it's not clear to me, though, that when we say the funeral service practitioner or person acting on his behalf, who is that? I mean, is that the family has physical custody of the body? I mean, I don't find that actually clears. I mean, if the person acting on his behalf is the funeral service practitioner's assistant, that's one thing. But if it's just, what does it mean acting on his behalf? Who is that? And where are they?
Representative Conley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the person acting as such is the person who makes the request through the Department of Vital Records in order to get the permit. And I could be wrong there, and that's how families are acting now. And that, you know, the portion of the bill that I want to concentrate on is protecting families from doing what they're doing now and not obligating them to go through funeral service practitioners if they don't want to. Honestly, it's the 126 that we heard about. I'm concerned about them. And so the current language allows them to move their bodies. And so that's why I wanted to reinsert that language.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But it seems to me that if we're saying that the family can be the ones moving the body, then when we move to lines 17 through 19, we have not solved the problem of giving the service practitioner custody of the body before making them issue the permit. I mean, I just, if it said, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, Representative Connolly, but I don't think that helps the chain of custody issue.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold on one second, Senator. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with you, Representative, or Madam Chair, that we need to also modify 18 and 19. If we agree to add that language back in, we're adding that language back in to allow those families to move bodies. If we do that, we need to modify the other language in here that limits the movement to funeral service practitioners. So I agree, but I was just doing them one at a time.
Senator Hutchins, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I think maybe I have something that can help Representative Conley out. If you go to line 10, 35-1-420. We're dealing with permits only here for the burial transport. I think when it's talking about the family having the ability to move the bodies, we're not dealing with that here in this statute. So maybe we could leave it as is. And then if she has an issue, she can find out where in the statute the family has the right to move the bodies, but this is just dealing with permits. If I have it right, I may be wrong, but that's what I just saw when I looked up. That
Representative,
makes sense?
go ahead.
With Senator Hutchings, I guess I disagree with you. It is that
That's fine.
the family needs to get a permit. And how do they get a permit? And it is through this language right here. So I'm using move the body when I really mean to say get the permit to move the body, because we are talking about permits.
Further discussion committee, and I will make a suggestion here, and that my suggestion is this, and it will concern the way that I vote on this bill, and my suggestion is to leave this bill the way it is, and to take up the idea that we heard earlier, that somebody get together and perhaps create language that solves this problem at hand.
Yeah.
And that we work on this when it comes to whichever committee it goes to first, should it pass this committee. That's my suggestion. That's why I'll be voting no on this amendment, but that's mine. Go ahead. Further comment, or any further comment, or are we ready to vote on this amendment? Sensing that we're ready, all those in favor of the amendment by Representative Conley, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. 3. All those against? Oh, okay. You got to get the hands up further, guys. I'm sorry. Representative Hallinan, did you have your hand up, sir? We can't see it. Okay, one more time. Hands front and center, right in front of your face. All in favor. Hands in front of your face. Okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. And then those online, if you don't put your hand right in front of your face, we can't see it. All those in favor of the amendment by Representative Conley to insert person acting as such after service practitioner, and in a sense, we're just returning some of that language that was already there. Is that correct? Okay, so all those in favor of that amendment, please put your hands up in front of your face. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this time I see 4. All those opposed? Hands in front of your face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, more than 4. That amendment has failed. Okay, committee, further amendments. We're on page 2. Further amendments on page 2. Seeing none, let's move to page 3. Page 3, discussion or amendments. Oh, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just working from the proposed amendments, and I haven't really read it myself, reading it in, but on page 3, line 13, the request is to insert, so to insert some language about including but not limited to. So let me just skim over what that is, starting on line 9. A local registrar or designee, I'm paraphrasing, may issue a temporary burial transit permit for purposes of removal of a dead body or stillbirth or partial body donation, which includes but is not, insert is not limited to organ, bone, and skin donation.
I wonder why they need that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. A voice from the sky said that person didn't know why it was needed, and I have to say I really kind of agree with that, but I'm just trying to go down the
Before
list.
we propose an amendment, can anybody give us a discussion of
Or maybe
why?
there's an amendment, or do we need a second before we discuss it?
Go ahead, Reverend. Okay, well, we'll allow her up one more time. Come on up. Miss Urbakite.
This
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lori Urbakite with the Wyoming Funeral Homes Directors Association. That was language that was specifically brought to us by the Donor Alliance. because they wanted to make certain that it included that specific language. And we agreed with it. We have no problem with it.
Discussion committee? Now we need to propose the amendment and second it if it's going to go through. Go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, so, and slightly amending their language, page 3, line 13, after the word donation, insert, which includes but is not limited to organ, bone, and skin donation.
Discussion committee? Everybody got that? LSO got it? Question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment by Representative Wilson to insert after donation on line 13, and I won't read it back to you, but not included to blah, blah. After donation, which includes but is not limited to organ, bone, and skin donation. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that amendment has passed. Just for formality, all those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. 2. Okay, that amendment passes. Any further amendments on page 3? Go ahead.
Instead of waiting on this, I do want to go back to page 2 if we could. And just
Okay.
looking at the same language here, we have on page 2, line 20, to strike district and insert county. And I do think that's, so I'll move that amendment first.
Okay, so that amendment would be to strike district and insert county, is that correct?
Yes.
On line 20.
Correct.
Is there a second to that amendment? Okay, seconded by Stivar. Discussion committee. Representative Stivar.
Gentleman right back there, didn't he say we went to districts? And there's 23 districts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
so should we put county in or leave it as districts?
I don't think it matters.
Senator Hutchings, whether you knew it or not, you got your mic open there. We hear
Oh,
every.
I'm sorry. I'm the voice from the sky.
Literally in here. Any comments, committee discussion on changing district to county or leaving it at district? The amendment proposes changing it to county. We flip the coin. Discussion. Go ahead, Senator Wilson. So Representative Wilson, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Seeing as there was no particular explanation about that, I mean, certainly county is our existing political structure, but it seems to me that district has more possibility. I mean, suppose in the future they combined and there were 3 people that covered the whole state or something like that, then they'd be back. It seems to me that district, leaving it as district, enables them to call a district whatever they want to call it in rule. I don't know. I'm not sure that I understand the purpose of the amendment.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
I guess I would question, and maybe the registrar, the deputy registrar of the state here could probably fill us in a little bit more, but my understanding, if we look at this right now, I don't know how this ultimately works because I don't know what district they're talking about. You know, what exact district are we referring to? And so this kind of alleviates the discussion on district and puts it in as to, you know, the county where the certificate of death or stillbirth was filed. We don't have district filings for these types of certificates. They're county filings. So that's why I'm supporting it, and that's why I accept it. But if I'm on the wrong path here, I'd love to be corrected.
We may never hear that again. For this one moment, we're going to allow you to call a lifeline. Come on up, Mr. Bowden.
Mr. Chairman, Guy Bedoin, Deputy State Registrar. So if I may, Representative Brown, so we're able to, so 35-1405 allows us to create registration districts. We do use counties right now, and that was because we used the county, used to use the county health offices. I'll give you an example. Crook and Weston County recently combined when their coroner was gone, and they had one coroner through a cooperative agreement covering both counties. That could be a district. So I think to your point, district would be okay. We do use counties, but in accordance with, if we want to keep the conformity of the law, we do consider these registration districts.
Mr. Chairman, I'd withdraw my amendment.
Well done. Well done. Great discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You can withdraw the second. That would be the second withdrawal. Okay, committee, we're going to skip page 2 again, and we're going to go back to page 3. Are there further amendments for page 3? Page 4. Page 5, pretty one to amend if you want to amend it. Pretty straightforward. Oh, Representative Stivar's got his finger up again. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposed amendments from the Junior Director Association, line 4, or page 4, line 10, after service insert within 72 hours after death.
Are you proposing that
I'm
amendment?
opposing that amendment.
Anybody want to second that amendment? Seconded by Representative Bodman. Let's have a discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my discussion is in sense a question, because I'm not sure that it's drafted in a way that really makes grammatical sense. Let me just start at the beginning, and I'll skip over the parts, that have extraneous material from my, and just kind of go with the verbs. Okay, starting on line 2. No permit for burial shall be issued by any local registrar until a certificate of death, as far as it can be completed under the circumstances of the case, has been electronically filed with the State Office of Vital Statistics Services within 72 hours of death, and until all the regulations have been complied with. Okay, you see what I'm saying? That 72 hours is sort of stuck in there, and it doesn't, it sounds like what they're trying to say is that that the certificate of death, are they trying to say that the certificate of death has to be filed within 72 hours after death? Or are they trying to say you have to issue a permit within 72 hours after the death certificate has been electronically filed? I don't think the grammar of where this fits in is actually, I don't know what they're trying to do.
Madam Chairman, as a signer of death certificates, 72 hours may be a little bit onerous. And I will give you an example. If I'm on vacation, we'll just say a week, which would be very unusual because I don't get away that often. I come back after a week and one of my patients is now deceased. That has gone a week. It's gone more than 72 hours before I got that signed. But that's the first practical time that it can be signed. They can't get a hold of me in Mexico. So in that case, and I do them as quickly as I can. I think most people do, as they would tell us. So I think within 72 hours, if that true indeed is what that limitation is saying, I would be against this amendment.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So if I may then, and that makes total sense. Obviously, we want it before 6 weeks, but then if the request for the 72 hours, if they're saying no permit shall be issued within, there's a problem here. Are they trying to say, is the request, we might need them back up again, is the request for the burial permit to be issued within 72 hours after the death certificate? Or are they saying you cannot issue a permit in the first 72 hours after the death certificate, or what? It doesn't seem to make sense. And the attorney has her hand up.
Okay, all right. We like to hear from attorneys. Go ahead, Ann.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at Wyoming Statute 35-1-418. It already requires that a death certificate be issued within 72 hours after death. So if that is the issue, then that's taken care of. But we might want to talk to the funeral practitioners.
That's not the right place.
Okay. Any more discussion, committee? Representative Stivar.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw that amendment.
That's a trend. Okay. Okay, committee, I believe we worked all the pages. You don't have my permission. Okay, committee, having heard all the amendments, let's go ahead and take roll call on this.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 23 LSO 162, burial transit permit amendments as amended. Senator Furphy,
Aye.
Senator Hutchings,
Senator Hutchins, are you with us?
aye.
That's an aye. That was a thumb, I believe I saw on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Senator McEwen,
No.
Senator Wasserberger excused. Representative Brown,
Aye.
Representative Connolly,
No.
Representative Flitner,
Aye.
Representative Hallinan,
we couldn't hear you. Dr. Hallinan, you were muted.
No.
To do was have a table up against the island.
Okay.
But then it could run all the way here and actually connects to the island.
Dr. Hallinan, are you still unmuted? We're getting somebody's back feed there.
Representative LeBeau,
No.
Representative Ottman, Representative Stivar,
No.
Representative Worf,
No.
Chairman Baldwin,
Aye.
Madam Chair Wilson.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 6 ayes, 6 noes.
6 ayes, 6 noes. Well, let's count again.
Mr. Chairman, I got 7 ayes.
7-6.
7-6, 7-6 it is. That bill does pass. Okay, we are officially behind schedule. This is more like labor and health that I know. Okay, that brings us to another topic, of which we've got several people here, some of the same people. Last committee meeting, you know, we talked about the formation of perhaps medical examiners, state office, et cetera, as we have a problem with medical examiners across the state, and quite a significant issue, of which I've had a lot of discussion since I left last meeting. With that in mind, we brought that back to this meeting. There's no specific bill draft for that, but we wish to have a discussion, perhaps make recommendations to the governor or wherever that go. And I notice the first ones on the list are the County Commissioners Association. Would you like to comment or address that? You didn't think I saw him. You thought he was behind people back there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
but before we move on, I'm just curious. We have 4 senators there. Do we have 9 representatives? Because 7-6 adds up to 13. So I'm just curious. Do we have 9 representatives, Mr. Chairman?
We're counting. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. There are 9 representatives. Thank you, thank you. Okay, you got off the hook briefly. Mr. Raymond, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the County Commissioners Association. Appreciate the opportunity. I think you have me here before you today because you had this conversation about the concept of a statewide or regional forensic pathologist or pathologists. And in particular, the potential connection to counties through the budget, which my folks are, of course, integral in that process. Mr. Chairman, before that hearing and to some degree to this point, commissioners have not been introduced to this topic. It's not been brought forward by the Board of Coroner Standards or any other party for that matter. That said, because I happened to be watching that day, I did ask for a coroner to come and speak with the commissioners, or at least our particular committee that oversees these issues for us last week in Gillette. And I would just say this is the reaction that I have for you today, and that is that my members need more information. They need more guidance on this particular issue in order to understand the particular need or model that we might want to pursue as part of this, given the budgetary and frankly, the administrative costs that likely would accrue for county commissioners, counties as a whole, and the state, because as you know, there's nothing that binds the counties to this particular decision. And I think we've got to think that process through a bit more. So my testimony in short would be that this topic really demands a lot more conversation over perhaps another interim before my members are prepared to offer any particular opinion on support or opposition. I do understand the potential need that exists out there. Appreciated the presentation that you received from the Department of Health. I appreciate those that came to speak with my members, but there are a lot more questions that my members have that remain unanswered at this point. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Questions, committee?
Mr. Chairman.
There's another voice for Representative Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to ask Mr. Riemann if the state commissioners, or the county commissioners from around the state, if you all have ever had this discussion at all prior to this and ever analyzed your costs, because that wasn't a question we surely had at our last meeting, was whether or not you were all on board with this. But I'm curious if this has been part of your discussions and your concern about these costs in the past. Thank you.
Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, what I can share with Representative Flitner and the rest of you is that to this point, no county commissioners ever come to me and said that this is a critical issue that we needed to address this interim. That said, I can understand the pinch points that exist in many parts of the state and the issue that could be confronting us very quickly. And so I do think it's worth conversation, and certainly we'll have more conversation amongst my members. We're just not prepared to say that whether this model works or doesn't work for us.
Thank you. Further questions, committee? Representative Ottman has that look on her face. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In representing the county commissioners, does that include conversations along with the county coroners that really are in the throes of this situation? Because in our county, with the amount of, from what I've been told, I'll preface that, from what I've been told is it is imperative to have quicker situations, and then with the long distances to get to either Fort Collins or wherever to have these things done. Also, the cost of providing the services is pretty high. So that may be one county's situation, but they really felt, and then also with the two people that are standing in right now as forensic pathologists, with the situation of both of them looking at retirement and different things like that, that I didn't know if another year would really be advisable. So I don't have all the answers, but I just wondered if that had been a consideration in your conversations.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, as you know, I represent the county commissioners. I don't represent the county coroners, but that said, it's very important for us to have those conversations with the coroners. I might answer your question a couple of different ways. In your county's particular situation, the most pressing conversation I've been having with the commissioners there is about the facilities and how we can ensure that you have better facilities. So I've been working with Commissioner Allen in particular to try and show him other models that exist in the state, or get him plans so that you're better prepared. What that conversation hasn't evolved into is where these particular coroner cases might have to go in certain situations. That's not to say that that isn't a consideration that they have, because I do think it is. And more broadly, I think that what I am hearing from the very little conversation we've had around this is it is an issue that is worth examining further because of those potential issues that might exist. Simple retirement could put us in an incredible pinch. Another state's decision making could put us in a pinch. So I think that there are two facets of this that need to be discussed. But I will also say that in the conversation that I've had so far with commissioners, the first thing they do is go and talk to their coroners. And I would say that what I've also heard is that not all of the coroners are on board with this particular proposal and that more conversation is needed. So again, my commissioners are going to be depending on that voice, and it doesn't seem to be consistent at this point.
Okay, further questions, committee? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hutchings, you muted yourself.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And Jeremiah, thank you for your input. In our packet, we have a Wyoming State Board of Coroners standards. And I don't know if you were privy to get a copy of that, but would you be willing to take that back if you could to the county commissioners? I guess we were given some other information last month, a packet that if I need to, I can get that to you as well. I think this is important. I think this is something our county commissioners, their involvement is a priority. And the longer we wait, the more of a problem and an expense Wyoming will have getting a forensic pathologist grown here or trained here to take over for the two that are considering retiring. So would you be willing to take those packets to the commissioners?
Mr. Ryman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings, to be clear, the document that was provided to this committee is something that I shared with the commissioners in advance of their conversation last week. This document was not provided to me, nor was it available to me before we met with commissioners, so it was not presented to them. But yes, absolutely, I'm going to present all of this information to them as they make their decisions about whether to support an issue or not.
Okay, further questions, committee? Okay, thank you, Mr. Raymond, for coming up. And I would have a question. Is David Harness still online, or did he disappear? Well, let's bring him in for a moment, if you would. There he is. Welcome back, David.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, any discussion, ideas, thoughts on this topic?
Well, Dr. Bennett and I and the State Board of Coroner Standards have prepared this document with some pretty long discussion over the last several years. And it is a real growing problem in the state. The availability of forensic examination, which is demanded by law that whoever does an autopsy is a forensic pathologist. And Dr. Bennett and I have been doing autopsies together for the last 30 years or so, and we're probably not going to be here forever. And we need to have a plan, and we need to have a program in place that's going to not only entice or recruit young forensic pathologists into the state, but a plan that's going to be sustainable to all of the counties, and certainly can be funded. And I understand the commissioner's concern about funding, but I don't know why the funding locally for us coroners out in the rural areas needs to change appreciably. But I do know that it's going to cost more money to the state to try to entice these young pathologists in. And we've addressed that in this short document that is very abbreviated, but I think it covers most of the points that are necessary.
Good. Questions for Mr. Harness? Committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Flitner.
thank you. And Mr. Chairman and Dave, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And I was just curious if you had read through any of the staff comments, and also if you've had a conversation with your county commissioners in Johnson County. Thanks.
Thanks. No, actually we haven't. This is a starting point for us. We've had lots of discussions within our committee, but we, haven't presented this formally to anyone. It's been talked about for a lot of years and worried about for decades. And it's the expense to each county is going to get tremendously higher if we run out of coroners or forensic pathologists in the state.
Thank you. Further questions, committee? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Hutchings has a finger, now 5 fingers up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Just a quick question to Mr. Harness. You mentioned the statutes say that we have to have the forensic pathologist. Is that nationwide or is it just in the state of Wyoming? And I know this isn't going to help the issue, but could that statute be changed temporarily until we can get more pathologists in, if that makes sense?
Well,
go ahead, Jay.
Yes, Representative Hutchins, Senator Hutchins, it's going to degrade the system tremendously if we didn't have forensic pathologists, because so who's going to do that? I mean, we've had a pretty high profile case in Wyoming in the not too distant past. It was a national case, and our state pathologist, one of the two in the state, is the one that took care of that high profile case. And if we didn't have him, it would be a real liability to law enforcement and to the coroners of the state as well. And I guess I'm going to defer this to Dr. Bennett because I see he's got his hand up.
Let's let Dr. Bennett.
I was just listening here, and I appreciate this.
You have more books behind you now, Dr. Bennett. Thank you for putting more books behind you. Go ahead, sir.
They're all over the place here. I do about 20 autopsies a month, a little bit more than that. The other pathologist here in the state is not doing quite that number. I'm not sure how many he wishes to do, but both of us are well up into our 60s. I just got something from JAMA that was a survey of 100% of all the medical schools and residency programs around the country. We're training 49 forensic pathologists per year. That's all nationwide. And we're retiring about 60 to 70. So we're literally a dying breed. The statutes of Wyoming dictate two major functions for a pathologist. It would be a service if we act as a consulting medical examiner for the state. One is, of course, the forensic autopsy. We always think about that. And again, if it's going to be a forensic autopsy, it should be done by a board certified forensic pathologist. We're sometimes getting around that through various means right now, or just ignoring it, but that's the way the statute reads. The other function is to consult, because the way the statutes read, if you are not a physician coroner, you are required to consult with a physician before you sign the death certificate. And for the majority of the counties across Wyoming, I'm serving as that consultant. I add what I can to their investigation. They're the best investigators. I've got the medicine to add. There's enough workload that easily 2 or 3 pathologists could do this. I would also like it to be something, though, where for a straight salary, that does take away from some of the incentive to be more active. Purely on the commission basis sometimes takes away from the stability and the attractiveness. So when you do decide how you wish to use this, do you wish us to be a consultant, which I recommend, let the coroners still be in charge of their counties, work with them as they need be, and then add this service on behalf of the state and death certification, working with Mr. Bedoin and others to that. That's what I see happening here. But again, I'm 69 years old. I cannot guarantee how much longer I'm going to be around. So as far as like putting this discussion off very much longer, I don't know. A lot of my coroners across northern Wyoming are all retiring this year. So I'm losing a lot of my friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bennett. 60 is the new 30 is what I heard, so.
I
Question
agree.
Representative Flitner, you still have a hand up.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I'd be curious, Dr. Bennett, why is this a dying profession? And is there, do you foresee a change in the future? Thank you.
Dr. Bennett.
You know, the first case I ever did, and thank you, Representative, I appreciate this question. It's dying because you make more money to get less abuse in a hospital. We're sort of a cannibalistic society. Pathologists argue with each other. Doctors sometimes aren't very nice. The courtroom is a very fiery crucible to go through. If you are having to go up there and undergo not only defending your opinions, but undergo oftentimes, as you see on court anywhere else, attacks on anything. Some folks just don't have the desire to work in that sort of an area. Plus, I get the worst of society. The case that Dr. Harness was talking about, Dave Harness was talking about, that occurred up in Teton County, the Gabby Petito, was not, she'd been there several weeks, and you know what happens to a body after several weeks. It takes experience. You don't want someone brand new. You want someone with some experience, but you want someone that's going to be around for a while. It's a hard profession because it doesn't pay much, and sometimes it's bad hours and everything else. So that's the primary reason I would say we're not having that many around anymore.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Flitner.
Well, if that is the case, Dr. Bennett, and thank you, do you foresee that, I mean, is board certification also an impediment? And also, if we, I mean, the salary could continue to increase, but if they're not graduating these people with these degrees and this certification, what's our next step?
Thank you, man. Mr. Chairman, those are great questions. Board certification is hard. You have to go for 1 or 2 more years of fellowship training after the residency to become a general pathologist. So it takes 2 more years, 1 or 2 more years of training. Then you have to pass the test. It's like being a lawyer. You can go all the way through law school. If you don't pass the bar, you cannot practice as a lawyer. Same thing with medicine. So there is a lot of work involved with it. It's by the time you finish, that person will be well over 30 years old after medical school, residency, and so forth. The salary itself, you know, if you do what you enjoy, the salary is secondary to it, but it's going to be difficult here. Trying to find someone. May I just offer one more thing about it? Billings had 2 forensic pathologists up until last spring. One retired. They cannot even get an applicant for that position, offering, I think it's $250,000. They are the forensic pathologist over in Rapid City. Dr. Hobby has been toying with retiring. I was told yesterday as I was covering for him, he probably has 1 more year and he will be gone. That will leave myself and 1 pathologist in Billings to cover this whole corner.
My gosh.
Loveland just lost one of their forensic pathologists. They have a young one that has come in. 3 of the 4 forensic pathologists or pathologists down there are not board certified. So there's only 1 board certified forensic pathologist. Over in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, they have some part-time folks that all work together, but they're losing one of those, and there's no one coming in. So there's a shortage.
Senator Hutchins, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Bennett, thank you for those answers. Is there any way we can train our a forensic pathologist here in Wyoming at any of the schools, or where, or can you tell us where they are being trained? And one more quick question. Do you have a fire alarm that's beeping in the background?
I hear that too every so often. It's not here.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hutchings, thank you. Can we train them here? No, we don't have a medical school. For first thing, we don't have any residency programs in general pathology. The closest forensic pathology fellowship, I believe, is Denver might have one for one person per year, maybe two. Salt Lake City has one or two forensic pathologist trainees per year. Idaho has none. Montana has none. The Dakotas have none. It takes an office with a full-time staff that can teach, so you're working alongside your peers that can get you ready to, as like the old apprentice system, very much like that, to do forensic pathology. So we can't locally train them. It would be advisable to get somebody with some good Wyoming ties, though, because you know how hard it is to retain once we do even recruit one.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for talking with us today.
Thank you so much.
Clearly have an issue out there, and we'll find that fire alarm wherever it's at.
Thank you.
It was here. I think it may be in the committee room, actually. People are pointing. Okay, very good. Committee, or let's open this up to any further public discussion. Anybody in the public, go ahead, come on up. If there's more than one, jump up here. If there's more than four, you'll have to wait. Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm Rebecca Reed, the Laramie County Coroner. I also sit on the Board of Coroner Standards. I'm also on the training committee for the Coroners Association. Thank you, Dr. Bennett and Davis Harness, but I wanted to raise awareness because the question was asked in regards to a forensic pathologist, if we can lower our standards, and I would say absolutely not. And the reason why is because you have a few coroner's offices in the state that are actually accredited by national standards, and us being one of them, along with Jim Whipp from Natrona County. You also have other coroners that are wanting to get their coroner's office accredited. So I would say lowering the standards, we would not be able to be accredited. So that was what I wanted to bring to attention.
Questions, committee? Question, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. And I am curious about the conversation or the testimony by Jeremiah from the County Commissioners Association and yours. And there's a little bit of a disconnect, it seems to me, and I'm curious about that. We're hearing, I think, of an absolute need from the good doctor. We're hearing about the absolute need from you, but it's not coming to the county commissioners. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, and I believe Coroner Jim Whitt would be able to address that also. So this was brought up, and in regards to the Board of Coroner Standards packet that was actually given out, that was actually not brought up in a board meeting. That was actually emailed to our attention by Dr. Bennett and Dave Harness. So with that being said, at the time that Jim presented this last week at the Waco, Jim and I was at Waco, we committed it to, or presented it to the commissioners as just a startup. This is what we're looking at. We didn't want to get into further details because we hadn't contacted all of the coroners. We hadn't contacted the board of the commissioners and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of, here's our ideal. This is what we're going after. Then we would present it at a later time with more details.
Very good. Mr. Witt, welcome. And again, thank you for the tour that we had at your facility. We appreciated that.
I'm Jim Whips, I'm the County Coroner. Thank you, Senator Baldwin, committee. And Rebecca's right. I mean, this whole thing is basically come up fairly quick as far as us trying to organize and figure out what was needed and how it was going to happen. And we did go before the county commissioners last week. And the one thing that really came out of that is the whole thing, and I think it was mentioned, and I can't remember by who, that your county coroners are not bound to using any one person. I mean, it's up to them, and in trying to put together a state system conflicted with that, and so what we didn't have was any sort of data that would give a current situation as to whether all 23 counties would be on board with using the system. What would they do? In addition, we have, 7 new coroners coming on and getting turned over, so, but since then, in the last week, I mean, we've gone out and talked to coroners, and the overall consensus is that they would use in-state forensic pathologists. Some of them would have to because they just don't have any other choice otherwise. But the caveat being that they would still use other states, other places when it's cheaper and more convenient to do so. And I believe I've given the example before. You take someone like Torrington, who may only be, 30 miles away from that board certified forensic pathologist. If they're made to travel to somewhere else that's a lot farther away, and maybe more expensive, then their choice would obviously be to go across state lines. And, when we talked about this, the whole idea is not to take that power away from them. It's to have a solid system here that where we have those options to be able to, whether it's contracting through the pathologist in the state or across state lines, to be able to choose what is going to be easiest and less expensive to the taxpayer and get the best results. So,
Thank you. Questions? No questions. Is there any further public comment? Thank you very much. We'll let you off the hot seat. Further public comment online? None online? Any in the room? Seeing none in the room. Committee? And I would ask Sharon Wilson her desire about this, but my suggestion would be that we obviously have 2 camps with good ideas, and the need has been identified, and it's a focus. We would like to solve things overnight. The legislature seldom solves things overnight. We're a little bit slower moving than that. But my suggestion would be, and I don't think this takes a letter or a directive, that the coroners and the commissioners put their heads together, and there may be others they want to draw into that conversation as well. But my suggestion would be that this be carried over to next interim, but next interim when we get to our first meeting, and that would be where I would want to hear this, is in the first meeting, assuming that I'm on the same committee, but that we have some solutions proposed, or we have some ideas proposed, and we can work with that next interim. Chairman Wilson, your thoughts?
Mr. Co-Chair, I agree. We had 2 letters drafted and that was our only really planned action after the last committee meeting, one to Department of Health and one to the Board of Coroner Standards. It does sound to me like that might be a little bit ahead of where the discussion is. And so I agree. I mean, I think we can certainly carry it over. I mean, every interim we deal with personnel type issues, providers, and this certainly falls under that in any case. And it does seem to me that there needs to be some more massaging of all the parts. So I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And with that in mind, what I said earlier this morning is that interim topics need to come up early. We don't want to get to this time next interim and say, hey, we didn't solve this. We need to solve it right now. Here's your bill draft. So this is something that if nobody else recognizes this out there, committee members who will be returning, please remember to put this on the agenda and get this on the radar. I'll try to remember, but I'm in my 60s as well. So, okay, with that in mind, committee, we are behind schedule, but really we're not behind schedule because after 3:30, you will notice it's an open agenda. We could stay until 8:30 tomorrow morning, but we won't. Let's take a 15-minute break. Let's come back here at 4:15. Let's come back here at not quite 15 minutes. We'll be back here at 4:15 and we'll go into the compacts. let's come back to order and finish off the afternoon into early morning hours if necessary.
Bite your tongue.
This is labor and health. Sometimes we go long. Okay, committee, we have 2 bills on our agenda for the afternoon, for this last portion of the afternoon. Let's talk about the first one, and actually, let's bring LSO up. You can stay there if you want, Anna, and go ahead and let's do the psychology introduction. Go ahead and tell us both, and then we'll work them one at a time. But go ahead and tell us about both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And could my notes start with the counseling compact? Is it all right if I start with the counseling compact?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this counseling compact is entitled Licensed Counseling Compact 23 LSO 165. This compact allows licensed professional counselors to practice in states other than their home state under the compact. And then on page 2, I have a staff comment that starts there. And the staff comment is essentially similar in both the counseling compact and the psychology compact. And so I'll just go over both of them at the same time. These compacts are both substantially similar to existing licensure compacts in Wyoming law, but many, if not most of them, have similar potential issues. And I'm not trying to, well, LSO isn't trying to pick on the psychology compact or the counseling compact. We're just pointing out issues that tend to come up in these compacts in general. Because the wording of the compacts has to stay substantially similar between compact states, we're also a little limited in our ability to change the wording. First of all, they tend to include language that is confusing. They require compact states to submit specified licensed counselor data or psychologist data to a commission database and basically override state law to the contrary. They tend to include broad, ambiguous language that is left to further definition by the commission. They require licensing boards to investigate inappropriate conduct of out-of-state practitioners without limitation and without regard to financial strain. They establish that the commissions are instrumentalities of each compact state and that they may enjoy sovereign immunity. They establish that there will be a financial assessment charged to each compact state. They obligate commissions to expend resources defending and indemnifying their members, officers, et cetera, against claims and liabilities arising out of commission-related activities. They give rules adopted by the Compacts Commission, the force and effect of Wyoming law, and require Wyoming's compliance with the rules and with the commission's bylaws. Wyoming can withdraw from the compacts, but the compact state that withdrawal will not take effect until 6 months after the enactment of the repealing statute. And they require the commission to adopt a rule that will have the effect of a law in Wyoming for mediation and binding dispute resolution. And it's important to note that Wyoming has limited constitutional authority to bind non-state actors to binding arbitration. And then in particular for the psychology compact, it adopts psychology practice standards that are different from Wyoming standards. And I will note, I made a staff comment further on under the practice standards. I was wrong regarding the education requirements. Both the compact and the statute, the Wyoming statute, require a doctorate in psychology to practice. The psychology compact also allows each compact state to limit the scope of work being performed by compact practitioners in their state, but then says that limitations will be subject to rules of the commission. And then also upon a majority vote of the commission, it allows the disclosure of confidential information that is heard in a closed meeting. And then going back to the counseling compact, there's a staff comment on page 18. And there it should be noted that Wyoming already gives individuals with a license to practice professional counseling in another state the right to practice in Wyoming under certain circumstances, and that section 3D might be in the compact might be a departure from this. And then also section 3D and F might have constitutional issues due to restricting licensed counselors' right to work and travel. And this is also similar to what the psychology compact does. And then there's a staff comment on page 19 of the counseling compact. It's a little unclear whether number 2 on page 19 excludes authorized immigrants from exercising a privileged practice. And I'd imagine there's somebody in the audience who could probably speak to that. Then there's also a staff comment on page 22. The committee should be aware that B on page 21 and E on page 22 appear to conflict with each other. Then there's a staff comment on page 25, where section B, or 5B2, starting on page 24, seems to indicate that the commission has licensing powers instead of merely focusing on remote practice privileges. There's a staff comment on page 31. Number 2 above the staff comment on page 31 does not appear to allow for exceptions if the sharing of investigative, litigation, or compliance materials is contrary to Wyoming state law. There's a staff comment on page 48. At the beginning of B above the staff comment, there it originally stated, notwithstanding any other provision of state law to the contrary. That phrase has been omitted. And then there's a staff comment on page 51, where the 4-year limitation in C above the staff comment on page 51 may be problematic because Wyoming often amends or invalidates rules more than 4 years after their adoption. Page 51. And that's essentially the bill. I would stand for any questions on that one.
Go ahead, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have kind of a general question. You note with your very first comment that we have passed numerous interjurisdictional compacts. And so the rest of your staff comments, I'm curious, would you have had the same kind of comments for those that we've already passed and we have practitioners that are operating under them?
It depends, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I'm sorry. It depends on the compact. Most of them are substantially similar. Some of the ones that we've already passed are substantially similar to these. And so yes, my comments probably would have been very similar on ones that we've already passed, depending on the compact.
Follow up.
And just to follow up, have you heard of any problems that we've had with the ones that we've already passed?
I have not.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
And then I'm moving on to the Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, which is 23 LSO 164. There's a staff comment on page 15. That staff comment indicates that the compact provides for temporary authorization to provide psychological services for up to 30 days. The committee may want to consider whether Wyoming's current temporary licensure statute should be repealed or modified. And that statute is Wyoming Statute 33-27-117E. There's a staff comment on page 20, which indicates that the standards to practice under the compact are different than Wyoming's standards for full licensure. The ones in the compact seem to be a little more expansive than what we have in statute. Then there's a staff comment on page 38, where I indicate that the language notwithstanding any other provision of state law to the contrary has been omitted. And that is, and then the purpose of this bill, it allows psychologists to practice telehealth outside of their home states under the compact, and also allows them to practice in states other than their home state temporarily, which is 30 days. And that is essentially the bill, and I would stand for any questions.
Any questions specific to that committee? We'll bring up the experts on the bills here. And everybody that's looking at me from the audience knows who they are. Let's bring up state departments first. Do we have anybody from state departments who wishes to come up? No. Workforce, would anybody want to come up? Come on up. You're the first guest. Welcome to Labor and Health with backwards chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joanne Reed, the Executive Director for the Wyoming Board of Psychology. I can try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Are there any questions, committee? Don't let her off the hook that easy.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead, Representative Connolly.
Thank you. I'm curious, we just heard a kind of a list of staff comments about concerns with the existing language in the interjurisdictional compact. Do you have comparable concerns, or are you okay with the language that it currently is in the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, the only comment that I guess I would disagree with, and I don't want to sound like I'm lobbying or anything,
You're
but was
allowed to disagree.
the temporary permit, the temporary license comment. I don't think that you should do away with the current psychology statute that allows for temporary licenses, because all states are not a part of the PsyPact. So we would still, the board would still need the ability to issue a temporary license to an individual that's not coming from a PsyPact state.
Further questions, committee? Okay, that seat didn't get as hot as you thought it might.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Representative Ottman has that look on her face. Don't run away quite yet.
Oops. Stop. Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is just kind of vague, but important. With a bill of this length and the opportunity in this world for lots of different directions for things to go, would it, in your opinion, would it be better to investigate a little bit more and have something that is more in line with what we have as a state, rather than just trying to be all inclusive? Or do you think that this would align with our values and what we currently have? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, you're asking my personal opinion. My personal opinion, I am not, I think that for protection of the public and extension of services possibility, yes, to serve the citizens of Wyoming, I think that this is probably the best way to go. As with other compacts, we are starting to see, we're starting to recognize the downfalls of them, and in why we cannot keep, for example, nurses in the hospitals, because the compacts, I don't want to say they're being abused, but they're bringing in so many travelers that the individuals that actually live in the state are not. So when it comes to compacts, right now we're not experiencing, they're all still too new that we're not experiencing any repercussions from them.
Okay.
That's just my opinion and does not reflect the professional licensing boards or the Board of Psychology.
Thank you very much. Okay. With no further questions, let's bring some other associations up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding we either sign the compact as it is written, and we can't necessarily make amendments to it. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, that is correct. That is my understanding of the compacts as well.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, follow up.
One of the concerns then that I have, if you go to page 3 under the psychology compact, page 3, item 6 under staff comments, it says requires the Wyoming State Board of Psychology to investigate reported inappropriate conduct of an out-of-state compact practitioner. And it's noting without limitation regard to the financial strain this might cause. That is a big task to go out of state and do research and investigate a psychologist out of state. That's very much a concern to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think that was a question.
Somewhere.
Wouldn't you agree? I think he meant to say at the end.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I would agree with that, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, committee, before we move on to some other testimony? Go ahead, Senator Wilson. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wilson.
I just want to comment regarding Senator Furphy's question. Thing is, in general, on all of our compacts that have to do with patient care, the care is provided and the board's jurisdiction is over a patient who is in Wyoming. And that's what gives them jurisdiction over the person. So what is aimed at here is, suppose somebody in Thermopolis is receiving psychological care from a person in Billings and has a complaint about their behavior. I guess I'm not sure that we really need to perceive that the staff would have to somehow go to Billings, because what you're investigating is the treatment received by telepsychology of the patient who's in Wyoming. So, I mean, it does seem to me that, you would have, suppose the person complained that the psychologist made sexually abusive remarks to them over Zoom. Well, they will have the recordings, you can look at them here. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that because we're only investigating the behavior of the provider with a Wyoming person, it's not like we're saying we're going to investigate all of the psychologist's behavior in New York and Montana and everywhere else. I mean, that's what, so I'm not saying that there couldn't be a little, but I doubt that it would be any significant really involvement in going somewhere else. Just my thoughts. Although it wouldn't be me that's doing the investigations.
Could be. That could be your next life.
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and let you have a seat. I believe WAMSAC folks are getting ready to jump up back there. More of a slow saunter than a jump up. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hollis Hackman. I'm the legislative chair for the Wyoming Psychological Association. Thanks for letting me come and speak and talk about this bill. And there's history behind this bill, PsyPACT as it's called, for psychology. And I don't know how much history you would like me to go into, but if we just take it from the last interim committee, I had indicated then that I would have some information for you at this committee meeting about our membership and about the psychology license holders in the state. We did do a survey of those folks. There's about 130 folks in the state that have a license that also have an address in Wyoming. And of those folks, 75% are supportive of our joining this compact, which presently includes 32 other states and the District of Columbia. There are 3 other states that have pending legislation. So this PsyPACT, which is the psychology compact, was rolled out probably in 2015, but it's been growing, and it has a history with the legislature that I won't go into right now, but I'm happy to. But I guess since Representative Ottman wondered about that, I would just say that 2 sessions ago, the interim before that budget session, this committee was in unanimous support of our joining this compact. And it was essentially the same piece of legislation that you're looking at today. LSO pointed out that there was an omission on page 38, and I don't know why that happened, because it was in the original legislation back in 2020. So our membership is supportive of this. We think that this bill reduces regulatory barriers to the provision of treatment. It's going to increase access to care. You heard this morning, you hear all the time about how we don't have enough providers in this state. Well, if we join this compact, all of a sudden, people that are duly qualified, that is, they hold the proper credential, which is called an electronic passport, they can practice telepsychology into Wyoming. and vice versa. License holders in our state that want to join, get the proper credentials to practice within these compact states, they can do that, and 27 of them have indicated that they will. So this telepsychology model of delivery of services and psychotherapy is a growing area, and bills of this nature are designed to enhance that and to expand access to care. So those are just some preliminary comments picking up from the last interim committee meeting. It's an 81-page bill, and there are 14 articles, and I don't know how the committee would like to proceed. It's a lengthy read, but again, it's not a piece of legislation that is going to be unfamiliar to those of you that were around in the 2020 budget session, because it did pass the Senate, and the clock ran out before we could get it heard on the House side. So that's kind of the brief history, Mr. Chairman. So I would stand for any questions. Happy to address this in any way you would like to go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Hackman, and I would caution the committee against going through page by page of an 81-page. These are substantially very similar to all the compacts that we've done, and we are not at liberty to change the language within the compact. Doing so would nullify the compact. It has to be the same for all those 32, and us added would be 33. So with that in mind, Representative Worf, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Howell. I guess I have some consternation with all of this. I guess the problem that I see is, in order, as the chairman just said, we cannot make any amendments. If we were to adopt these compacts, I myself feel like we are capitulating, we're surrendering our obligation and duty to represent the people in the state. I look at that, we're all duly elected to represent our constituents. And this compact that we're being told we have to adopt, we're surrendering our ability to use the laws that are in place. We got to capitulate to the laws that are or the rules and the regulations as explained in the compact. And as I see this being very problematic. I can see all the reason and rationale behind trying to do so, but I question whether we have a duty and an obligation as elected officials to protect and safeguard the trust that's been given us to represent the people that elected us. And I see the passage of these compacts, we would have to surrender all that. In fact, we are throwing out all the past work that all the prior legislatures have done in this state that have came up with the laws that are on the books today. And I guess that's, and I guess the question I have to make this a question is, how do you square that with somebody that is duly elected? How can I go home to my constituents and tell them that I voted for a compact, that I'm obligated to surrender certain aspects of state law in order to capitulate to the demands that are required of us to enter into this compact? How does that not violate the oath I took to protect and defend our Constitution and the trust that the people gave me as their elected official?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I'll give my best shot at answering that question. First and foremost, this compact, were we to go forward and become one of the compact states, doesn't change the Practice Act for psychologists in the state of Wyoming. So in other words, whether I was going to practice under the umbrella of the compact or not, I'm beholden to the state statute as it presently exists. I think there might be one amendment to our state statute somewhere deep in this document that provides for this compact to have a place in our statute, but it doesn't change the statute in any substantive way. In other words, my scope of practice doesn't change if this compact is adopted. So that's one point. Another point would be that if we join this compact, then we have a state commissioner who sits on this compact commission, and we have a voice at the table along with the other 33 voices. And thirdly, I would just note that when we brought this bill originally, there weren't the threshold number of states on board at that time for the compact to take effect. If we would have got on board early on, we would have had quite a bit of say in regard to the language, the rules and the bylaws and all that. But as I mentioned earlier, the clock ran out on us before we could get it over to the House. So I'm not sure that answers all your questions, Representative Worf, but I'm trying to make the point that we would have a seat at the table. The language in the model legislation can be changed, but all the states involved have to agree on that change at this point. And we could have worked changes early on, but now that it's up and running, there's still opportunity to change things. We still have a voice at the table, but my understanding is it requires all the states involved to agree in whatever that change is going to be.
Follow-up, Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up, and I guess that leads to my point. You know, we would have the way I understand it, we'd have one commissioner that's on this advisory board, which sounds to me like, as a legislative body, we are surrendering the ability to legislate what goes on in the state in regards to psychiatric practices. I'm saying head shaking no, but I can tell you that that's how I'm interpreting what I'm hearing, is that we would only have one person on this commission, and that in order for us to make any substantive changes to how the compact functions, we would have to convince all the other states and their commissioners to make those changes. And this body would have no say whatsoever over that. It's up to our commissioner to go persuade his fellow commissioners that are a party to the compact to change the compact. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I don't disagree with you, but I would fall back to my previous statement, which is that this compact doesn't affect the Practice Act of Psychology in Wyoming. This legislature has that Practice Act in place, and those are the rules that I have to follow. Now, if I want to invest the dollars to get the credential assuming we join this compact, if I want to invest the dollars to get the credential to practice under the compact into any of the 33 other states, which I could do, then I am beholden to the compact commission rules for how I conduct my practice. But the requirements to do that include, I have to have a doctoral degree, I have to have a license in this state, I have to have gone to a APA approved program in terms of graduate school. And so there are lots and lots of similarities, but I'm still beholden to the state's Practice Act.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hollis, Dr. Hackman, would it be fair to say that without this compact, that we would be limiting the ability of citizens in Wyoming to get the same kind of psychological services that those in the 32 states that are members of the compact are now able to do?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, that's a fair statement. And for our citizens that live in counties where they don't have a psychologist, or there's an extreme shortage of mental health providers, a compact like this that promotes the use of telepsychology is a way to get access to care to those folks.
You have just follow up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you give us any ballpark figure of how many additional people might be able to get services because of the passage of this compact?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I can get that information, but I don't have it at my immediate
Ballpark?
access. We have 130 psychologists in our state, and we're the smallest state in the country. So some of the other states include all our neighbors, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah. There are a lot more psychologists in those states. They're already part of the compact. So I hazard to even make a ballpark guess, but it would increase the access to psychologists exponentially, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My question was really about residents of Wyoming being able to access services. And I'll just be honest, my guess is, like you had said before, it was a follow-up to your comment that in many of our rural counties that we don't have much in terms of mental health practitioners. And that I think that passage of this would allow thousands of people right now to get access that they don't have. Be my conjecture.
Senator
Mr.
McKeon?
Chairman, Representative Connolly, I would concur with that, absolutely.
Okay, Senator McEwen, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we have this discussion, my question is, does this shape further legislation or further statutes and kind of restrict us from not passing legislation that would violate the compact? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Hackman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, off the top of my head, I can't see how it would restrict further legislation as relates to provision of mental health services in Wyoming for psychologists.
Further questions, committee? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. First off, let me say is that compacts, we have been dealing with them and saying, you know, this will be a way for us to get people to come in here and help us without having them have to go to all the school or to move or whatever, but they can just come in and we can use that. But what I appreciate is that I don't believe that I understood the degree of legalese that is in these compacts. And so I appreciate the staff comments here because words mean things and we can pass things, but until there's a problem, we don't really know that. So with all that said, I understand your position. So it's not that I'm against it, I'm just wanting clarity. With this, on page 20 and 21 of the psychology, with the requirements, this says that a regionally accredited by an accrediting body of the U.S. Department of Education or a foreign college or university. From what I'm seeing in the notes, here in Wyoming, we require that they would have 2 years of experience. So would our requirements over or supersede or overrule the statements in the compact is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering what the differences are, and do you know? I mean, do you know all of the differences and how that really could affect the quality of care that we may be getting? Because a lot of states are trying, I'm sure, as we are, to get people in these positions to help. But are they really getting down to the nitty-gritty of how they're going to affect us in the long term?
Dr. Ackerman.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Representative Ottman, compacts are difficult because they have to be they have to be worded in such a fashion that they can uniformly apply to multiple states. These are compacts are an agreement among states about how they're going to provide X, Y, or Z. In this case, we're talking about the delivery of psychological services. So there has to be some flexibility in that language because every state's got its own practice act for psychology. There is a certain amount of uniformity. As I mentioned earlier, you have to have a doctoral degree. You have to have an internship. You have to have a master's degree before the doctoral degree. You've got to pass a national exam. There's a lot of uniformity, but there are differences from state to state. So these pieces of model legislation do the best that they can to accommodate as many states as possible. But as you're suggesting, and as Representative Worf pointed out, when this model legislation is finalized, there's not a lot of wiggle room to make modifications. There is a process where that can be done, but there's not a lot of space for that to happen. I'm not sure that I answered your question, Representative Ottman.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate your position. I think with this, and not to negate a possible answer to some of our problems in the state, but also to say that this isn't like dentistry or things like that, not saying they're not important, but this is psychology, and this is the mental health of our society. So what I guess where our concerns are a little bit more with this is that not every state has the population, the ideals, the different situations that we have here. We may not want to be vague, or we may have different ways of looking at things and may not want some things coming in here without our perusal or our identification and acceptance. So this is important, and I think that's why we're digging into it a little bit more, because psychology is who our society will be in the years to come. So that's why we're kind of looking through it. I don't want to postpone things or be difficult, but this is very important. And so if sometimes you can join a club and then have your differences, but other times you need to be very careful about what you're doing. So I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Do you have any comments on that?
I do, Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman. I would just note that if somebody is practicing into the state of Wyoming, if we join this compact and somebody from another state is practicing into Wyoming, and they're somehow behaving badly or not in a fashion that is within our state statute, our board has every bit of authority to initiate disciplinary action. And this was mentioned earlier, so I want to just kind of drill into this a little bit. If you look into the rules that have been promulgated by the commission rules clearly state that it's the home state of the psychologist that's responsible for spearheading any investigation. So if our board finds that somebody from another compact state who is practicing in Wyoming is being a bad actor and they're threatening the welfare of our citizenry, then any citizen can bring a complaint to our board, who can suspend that psychologist's ability to provide services initially, and then it goes back to that psychologist's home state to have that investigation spearheaded, if you will, further and drawn to a conclusion. So this kind of legislation is something that really protects the citizens of the state, and the board doesn't lose their authority to regulate people who are providing services in the state. And the board does not have to assume the responsibility and bear all the cost for investigations into activities that are unsavory or illegal or unethical. It's the psychologist's home state that has to do that.
Further questions? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hollis, I'm a little concerned about the verbiage on page 55, section G, qualified immunity, defense, and indemnification. Can you speak to that, please? It goes page 55 and on to 57.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings, yes, this has to do with the members, the officers, the executive director, and what have you that are representatives of the commission. The SIPAC commission has been established, and we're in communication with their executive director. And so what you're referencing in the bill here is language that protects those folks from liability. And I think that that's primarily what it does.
Further questions, committee? Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who is it that would be electing the commissioner that would be from Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I am not positive about the answer to that question. Joanne might know the answer to that question, but I don't know for sure. It may be the board that brings the nomination to the governor, and it goes like that. That's kind of how our board vacancies are handled. So, and I'm not positive that that's how that happens with the Compact Commission.
Your lifeline's coming before you there. Go ahead.
There it is. Thank you, sir. Can you repeat the question, please? Is it who the member of the commission, how it's determined?
How is that member chosen that is going to represent Wyoming on that commission?
Well, it will be either a board member or the executive director of the board. It's the board that decides.
So it's the psychiatric board.
The psychology board, yes.
Thank you. The psychology board would be the board that would pick the commissioner to sit on the compact.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, I'm going to go back to this again, and it's the statement that was made on page 2 on the psychology interjurisdictional compact. It's number 1. It says that, and I guess I would like your response to this. It says gives rules adopted by the Compacts Commission, which is commissioners from all the other states, not just our one commissioner, the force and effect of Wyoming statutory law, and requires Wyoming's compliance with the rules and with the commission's bylaws. So tell me, am I misreading that this commission would now have the ability to pass rules and regulations that would obligate this legislature as far as what the rules, which would have the effect of law, would be? Because the way I read this, we have a commissioner that's not elected by the people anymore, that is now coming up with laws, rules and regulations that would have the same effect of law that our constituents would all have to abide by and live under. Is that an accurate interpretation of what this compact does?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, number 2, Mr. Chairman, and I'm trying to get through this, but this is something that can't be rushed in my mind. Number 2 says adopts psychology practice standards different than the Wyoming standards for full state licensure. So that's the one statement that caused me to make the statement that we're changing things. And I want to know if that's an accurate statement or if that is an inaccurate statement that's been provided by, to us.
Dr. Ackman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, if I might, that references LSO comments on pages 20 and 21. And I think LSO clarified early on that they had made a little bit of a mistake here in terms of qualifications for folks. The standards aren't different in the sense that you have to have a doctoral degree to not only have a license in Wyoming, but if you're going to pursue credentialing under the compact, you also have to have a doctoral degree. So,
Number 3.
If I may indulge one more time.
Okay.
And I guess what I'm going to circle back to the same thing. If this compact, if the commissioners that are running the compact change that standard in any way, shape, or form, does it not also change our standard for the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, it would only change for practitioners who are working under the umbrella of the compact. It wouldn't, there's nothing that the Compact Commission can do to change the Practice Act for the provision of psychological services in Wyoming.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm understanding what you're telling me is we will now have 2-tiered practitioners. We will have those that are members of the compact and those that are just licensed. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I would agree with that. There will be people that, if we join this compact, there will be people that are providing care as psychologists in the state of Wyoming, and they're operating under the standards of the compact and the rules and the regulations of the compact, but also their home practice act, wherever their home state might be. And the Practice Act of Wyoming. If they're practicing in our state, they're going to have to comply with our current Practice Act.
Representative Worf, can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. So that is to say that those that are practicing psychology would have to, if they are operating under the compact, they would have to comply to those rules. Otherwise, they just have to comply with what the state rules are.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, it's the other way around. You gotta comply with the existing statute in the state, the existing practice statute. And then on top of that, if you're gonna get the e-passport and get the credentials to practice within the compact, you're gonna have to comply with those rules and regulations as well.
And it comes back to if the commission can change the way they function, how do you square that with the guys that are not operating under the compact but are still practicing psychology in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I would just note that the compact has been established. There are 32 states and the District of Columbia. If the wording is going to get changed at this point in any way, shape, or form, it's going to require the agreement with all the states involved in the compact.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was good because I wasn't giving you number 5.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask for another one.
Further questions, committee?
I have one.
Go ahead, Representative Baumann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with 32 states that are signed on to this compact, the individuals, though, still have to comply with that. I mean, it's not every individual will be able to come into. Is anybody licensed in another state that's part of this compact able to come here without any due diligence or application or anything like that? How does that work?
Dr. Ackman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, in order to be a member of the compact, you have to obtain the proper credentials. And then if you're going to practice in Wyoming, you have to, again, you have to comply with the existing Wyoming statute. But you also have to comply with the compact's rules and regulations and all that. And otherwise, if you wanted to practice in Wyoming and skip the whole compact thing, and you're from Illinois, then you just apply to our board for an out-of-state license, and then you have a license to practice in Wyoming, as long as you meet the requirements and pay the proper fees. And one of the benefits of a compact is you don't have to do that for all 33 states. You get the proper credential, the electronic passport, and then you can provide services into any state in the compact, as long as you're abiding by all the statutes and rules and regulations.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Not necessarily a question, but more of a direct answer. If you just look at the bill, page 21, a licensee providing professional counseling in a remote state under the privilege of the practice shall adhere to the laws and regulations of the remote state. So that means if somebody is coming here to practice, we are the remote state. So if they're coming from Florida to practice here, they're underneath our rules. They're underneath our Practice Act. That's what that law, or that's what that one is saying. And then going down to D, a licensee providing professional counseling services in a remote state is also subject to that state's regulatory authority. A remote state may, in accordance with due process and the state's laws, remove a licensee's privilege to practice in the remote state for a specific period of time, impose fines, and or take other necessary action to protect the health and safety of its citizens. So everything that we have been questioning over the past 15, 20 minutes is outlined in those two paragraphs of who's in charge, and it's not the commission. It's the state, it's us. If we were to adopt this is no different than the other compacts that we've adopted over the past 7 years that I've been in here. We have almost identical boilerplate language, and they have this standardization to make things more applicable for, let's say, a military spouse comes in and they are a trained psychologist, and they come into the state of Wyoming. Instead of having to transfer their license and wait through the period of time to go through the credentialing period for the state board, they can have this compact licensure, and they can have a home state and then just move their practice through here and have it be codified. It's the ability to practice across state lines much, much easier. We did it, 4 years ago for EMTs. I think you brought it, the doctorates are for doctors, and we've also done it for nursing, which I don't believe the statement on nursing earlier. If anything, it actually tremendously helped us during COVID. Having the ability to have nurses cross state lines quickly without having to get credentials here in the state of Wyoming directly and have an out-of-state licensure. That's what we're trying to accomplish with this. This is not a board that we must answer to as the state of Wyoming. If we don't like this in the future, if they adopt a rule or a bylaw that we don't like, we can pull out. This does not bind us in any way, shape, or form. So this is a very, very good opportunity for the state of Wyoming to move forward with, especially in a time where we need mental health. Counselors, therapists, psychiatrists, psychologists. This is a perfect opportunity for this state to allow that in for telehealth and telehealth medicine, so and mental health medicine. So just to try to wrap it all up if I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was a good wrap, but I have a feeling we're not done yet, but thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I just have one follow-up?
One quick follow-up you
Yes.
may have before we move on.
Yes.
We got lots of people waiting to testify,
Okay,
so we need to
yes,
keep
and
moving.
that's good. And I just want to reiterate that my questions were not to take up a lot of the board or the committee's time, but to get clarification in my mind, because that's why we're here. So Representative Brown, thank you for your comments, but we'll continue on, and if I have more questions at the chairman's will, I will ask them. Thank you.
Okay, we'll let you have a seat. Let's do one more testimony in the room, and then we have some waiting online. Again, this is not specific to a bill. We can comment on both bills, and then we'll individualize the bills afterwards. Ms. Somerville, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy Somerville, Executive Director for WAMSAC. This is the last time you'll see me this evening until tomorrow morning. So thank you for the time. I want to make some some specific comments to the questions on the SIPAC bill. because I hear a lot of the conversation that frankly we've already had. Our providers have gone through this bill. We're in a state of mental health workforce shortage where we really can't afford to leave any option on the table right now. We don't have piles of money to pay providers here and lure them from other states, so we have to look at all the options. In terms of Representative Worf, your question about the commissioner, and I hear some concern coming about the involvement of the Wyoming legislature and the lawmaking bodies in the state. So the commissioner would come from, as we said, the Board of Psychology. Those Board of Psychology members are appointed by the governor, but I do believe they are Senate confirmable, as with the other board positions. So it certainly seems like something that maybe, if it's a concern, we could take up during that process. These folks are volunteers who have a lot of specialty experience. And then the other piece that I wanted to add was on, I can't remember what page that it was on, but in terms of any new rulemaking, it's on page 57 under B. If a new rule and amendments are enacted, those all have to come back to the states. And you're going to see this in all these practice acts. And if a majority of the state legislatures of the compact states reject a rule, then that rule is no longer in force. So I think that there's certainly an element and an availability for legislators as the rulemaking or the policymaking body for the state to engage in those conversations with your other fellow legislatures. If there's a problem, I would assume there would be a good communication going on there. And I would assure you, I think from the provider standpoint, certainly from the psychologist that our centers employ, if there's their problem, we're pretty vocal about coming to the legislature and the licensing boards and letting them know that it's a problem. So I think in general, I think I hear some concern, but I want to assure the committee we've been through this. We're very concerned about protecting our psychologists here and making sure that our patients are getting excellent care in Wyoming. But again, our workforce situation is not good. And so we really think that this compact is the way that we need to go. And it's just one tool in the toolbox. The other flip side of the coin that we've talked a lot about people coming into the state. What we haven't talked about today is how this is going to help our psychologists that are already in the state. If you are a mental health provider, and this could apply to either one, the counselors or the psychologists, and you live in a small town, maybe less than 500 people, or maybe less than 5,000 people, it is difficult if you want to be in private practice to have a robust practice just based on your local population. These compacts are giving those providers the ability to fill up their practice and have a robust practice and maybe encourage them and give them the tools to be able to stay in that small town. They can practice telehealth in other states through either one of these compacts and do very well. That's really important to us, especially in my world of crisis stabilization and needing to have providers that are not all located in our urban areas, to keep providers out in our rural and our frontier areas. So I would encourage the committee to think about that. It's not just about people coming in. Although I will say, I personally know a psychologist over in my home county who is currently seeing clients 7 days a week. And there's no better way to burn out and lose more mental health providers than to overwork them on a consistent basis. They need help. And so I want to implore the committee to look at both of these bills and pass them. I think onto the session. If there are further questions, I think that we would be happy to devote the time to go through those questions line by line before the session to make sure that we're completely in line. I will say that when I read the comments, especially to the licensed professional counseling compact, the comments to me didn't seem, I guess it was a little surprising to see these comments for this draft, because this draft has been in front of the committee and through the legislature a couple of times, but it just seemed like there's a lot of confusion. For example, one of the comments says that it might inhibit somebody to come in and get a license to practice in Wyoming, that might be a violation of the U.S. Constitution. I'm not a lawyer or a constitutional scholar, but what I can say is that's not the intent of the compact. Compact is an optional tool. If somebody is living in Colorado but wants to practice in Wyoming and come get a license, but they don't want to be part of the compact, that's fine. They don't have to. They can come to Wyoming and go through the traditional licensure procedures, and that's okay. I think this is really about providing options and a really, really critical workforce tool. And the last comment, Mr. Chairman, that I'll make is that the alternative conversation that's out there is a little bit more scary. If you visit the Hill, there's always conversation going around about national licensure to make it easier on all these professions. Let's just agree on one standard across the states and impose it. For some people, that's okay. For some people, it takes away the state's ability to, provide the Practice Act and govern these professional licensures. These compacts give us the best path forward to keep state control in how we want to manage those professional licenses. So I would really encourage everyone to ask any questions or to think on those, but I would say please support and move both of these bills forward to the session, and I volunteer to work on any questions that we have before then. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions, committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and have Senator Pappas up, and after Senator Pappas, we're going to do a couple of testimonies online. I know we have a couple of people waiting. Senator Pappas, welcome to our committee, sir. You've traveled far and long to get here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to be here. Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. As you know, or you may not know, some of you may not know that I've been working compacts for a long time. I have been working with CSG's NCIC, that's the National Center for Interstate Compacts. In fact, at one point, I was an advisory board member to NCIC. And I've actually helped draft some of the compacts as well. And so I understand compacts fairly well. I don't think I'm the guru, but I know gurus that are. And I've worked with them. Certainly Rick Masters back at CSG is an attorney that I've worked with for many, many years, and Nahali Kalfas, who has been advising folks on compacts for many, many years. And so a lot of these issues that you see in the staff comments we've seen them over and over and over again. And I can tell you that it's a little unfortunate that maybe LSO didn't present these to NCIC attorneys, because I think they could have explained some of the stuff that we've worked out in many compacts. We have so many compacts here with the state of Wyoming, and they all differ a little bit, but these occupational compacts are all the same, pretty much. Okay, and so the language, as stated, is similar to everything that we've seen in the past. And while I don't want to get into, the first time I saw these comments was this afternoon. Early afternoon when NCIC actually called me from Washington, D.C. and told me, have you seen those staff comments? And I said, no, I have not seen them. But I think that these comments, for people who don't understand compacts, who have not worked with them, may be a little confusing. And perhaps maybe I should ask CSG to, I'm sure they'd come out here and give us a little class on compacts, because I think you're going to see a lot of them. You're going to see them in dentistry. You're going to see them. They're all coming. There's a bunch. There's social workers. There are going to be compacts coming to the state, because what the states have found out, see, compacts are authorized by Congress, and they have to approve all compacts. Well, there was some court cases that said, for certain compacts, we won't get in your way. The states can figure it out themselves, and Congress doesn't have to approve. Well, when the states found out that we can start doing business together without the federal government involved, it was a good deal for the states. And so the states really have found that the way to do business across state lines for professionals, especially occupational professions, is through interstate compacts. And it really benefits states like ours, states that are short on professionals, because people don't want to come here and live because of the rural nature. A lot of people don't. And so in our rural communities, it's hard to find these professionals to come in. So, and all of these compacts allow for telepractice. And so these things are good for our citizens. and they don't affect the way the practice happens in the state. To Representative Worf's concerns, the practice, as Hollis mentioned, doesn't change. We can change our practice law anytime we want. Anybody that comes in under the compact, they're going to have to meet those laws. They're going to have to meet that standard, and they're going to have practice just like we want. What the rules and regulations and what those things do, they only manage the practice, they manage manage the operation of the commission. And we as legislators really don't care how it works, as long as it works between the states. They have no ability to tell us how to practice whatever occupation it is, no ability at all. We have that right as a state, as does Colorado. They may have some other way to do it. We have our way. But if one of our practitioners goes to Colorado under a compact, they're going to have to practice according to Colorado law. If they come here, they practice according to our law. What it does, it gives flexibility to our practitioners. Our practitioners want it. You ask every one of them, most of them, not everyone, most of them who understand the compact, gives them the ability. If someone's in Evanston, they can practice in Salt Lake. If someone's in, Cody, they can practice in Billings, and vice versa. If somebody in Utah needs to go to Kemmerer and there's not a practitioner there, it helps the people in Kemmerer. So it's really an ability to provide services to our people in Wyoming when we're underserved. Doesn't take away any of our state laws. We have the ability to pull out, as you know. If they decide to change something under rulemaking and the states don't agree to it, it's not a good rule. It'll be thrown out. If they do agree to it, but Wyoming doesn't like it, well, we just pull out. We have the ability to pull out of this anytime, 6 months after we decide. So again, I don't have any of the, again, I haven't read through all these staff comments fully. They may be concerns of our legal staff. They certainly weren't concerns on any of the past compacts, but this one, the SIPAC, I have advocated for before, and of course the counseling compact was my bill last year. So I thank you for the committee for taking it on. I don't have to run it as a separate bill, but it is good. It is good for our people. And, I'd hate for you to go home and say that you voted against being able to service our people in Wyoming, because this is really needed. It was needed with the speech pathology compact that we passed. And I've gotten really good comments on that one. So I thank the legislature for doing that. So anyhow, barring that, I'll get off the stage unless you have questions. Okay.
Thank you,
great.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just to clarify, all the states become a psychologist, a nurse, whatever. There's a national standard. And all these, correct me if I'm wrong, all these compact states have the same criteria we do. They got to have their master's degree, their doctorate, before they, in their licensing, the same as Wyoming does, correct?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, typically, most occupational professions have a standard, okay? You have to have so much education, and a lot of them have so much clinical time, internship, clinical time. And that's true almost, there's probably a little change from state to state, but if you belong to the compact, that state will then, if it's so much different, that state won't even go to seek a compact. But that's not true in any of these professional licensing arenas. It's a standard within the professions. The national organizations all have provided a compatible learning requirement, a compatible clinical or internship requirement, and a compatible test or testing requirement. And so they're pretty much the same all over. And so if someone from Colorado is going to come and practice here, we're assured that they've gone through the credentialing process in Colorado and they have the same kind of credentials that someone in Wyoming who would have a Wyoming license would have. We certainly don't want to let anybody in that doesn't have the capability of providing the services or the education or the clinical experience. But pretty much these compacts require that everybody has them. So it's actually good for us. I hope I answered that all right for you.
Further questions for Senator Pappas? Seeing none,
Thank
you
you,
for
Mr.
visiting with
Chairman.
us today. Okay, with that in mind, let's move online. Let's bring two people online. Let's bring Dominique and Tammy in to testify.
Mr. Chairman, we also have Lindsay Semino online.
Oh, there's Ms. Semino. Since you're already online and we see your face, go ahead, Ms. Semino.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, hi, I am Lindsay Semino. I represent the Wyoming Counseling Association. I echo my colleagues' response that we were surprised by the comments for our bill today. As Senator Pappas has alluded to, we have had similar compacts like this, as similar as the physical therapy compact, which we passed this past February of 2022, has very similar language to what we are looking at today. Also, this bill was vetted and looked at by LSO for the 2022 budget session, and these comments did not appear as they appear today. And we appreciate the work and the due diligence that the LSO office has done, but we do not share in many of these same concerns. This bill has been vetted by the National Council of State Governments, the National Center for the Interstate Compacts, the American Counseling Association, and is supported greatly by the Wyoming Counseling Association. As Representative Brown has stated, our compact is a privilege to practice. That means that we, as the state of Wyoming, are allowing the providers the privilege to practice in our state, very similarly that in the same way that we allow Colorado drivers to drive on our roads whenever they are in our state without getting a brand new driving license. The licensing board will completely still have jurisdiction over mental health providers and how mental health is being provided within the state of Wyoming. I, as a private practice provider, will be required to abide by any laws for the outside states, as what has already been stated. The best example for this is the jurisprudence in Colorado. If I decide to join the compact and I do not take the jurisprudence for Colorado, but I am practicing in Colorado, I will get in trouble for the state of Colorado. But that may or may not affect my Wyoming license, as we do not have a jurisprudence. So I didn't necessarily violate Wyoming law, though I would have violated Colorado law. So very much Wyoming, the states keep their individual jurisdiction when it comes to their mental health providers. And that is why compacts really are preferred over national accountability, over national oversight. And the biggest reason that we like compacts for our providers is that it makes being able to continue continuity of care easier, both when our clients travel, whether it's out of state for school, but also as our providers who are in military families travel from state to state. Reciprocity can be a tedious process depending on which state you relocate to. The compact provides an additional tool in order to simplify that process. Reciprocity will still exist in Wyoming, just like it will exist in the other states within the compact. This gives providers another opportunity to expand their businesses, as well as increase public safety for Wyoming residents and that continuity of care that we find so important. And with that, I stand for questions.
Questions from our Seminole Committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I see
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dominique, go ahead, ma'am.
Chairs Baldwin, Wilson, and members of the committee. On behalf of the American Counseling Association, I'd like to express our strong support for the Counseling Compact. Founded in 1952, ACA is the world's largest association, exclusively representing over 60,000 professional counselors in all 50 states, including Wyoming. To address LSO concerns right off the bat, commission powers exist only within the scope of the compact and does not impact state regulation or state law in any way. The compact does not have substantive cost for states or taxpayers because the commission has the authority to collect user fees for the privilege to practice within the compact. Counselors typically pay significant fees for licensure, and compact fees will be a cost reduction for them by streamlining those costs and administrative services. Commission concerns as raised by LSO are regulated to the scope of the compact. The commission does not have the authority to determine state licensure nor restrict state license holders in any way. Powers of the commission are limited to the scope of the privilege and the privilege only. Currently, 17 states have enacted the Counseling Compact, and we are well on our way to a national compact among states. Removing barriers to access for life-saving services in a time of urgent need could not be more important. The question we now face is how to promote accessibility of mental health services safely across the country. The Counseling Compact is the most viable way of achieving this goal. Much like existing licensure compacts in Wyoming, the Counseling Compact increases licensure portability for practitioners while allowing member states' regulatory boards to better protect consumers through enhanced sharing of licensure information. The Counseling Compact benefits clients in the counseling profession by enhancing mobility, increasing access to care, ensuring continuity of care, allowing military personnel to maintain certifications, and preserving and strengthening the current state system of licensure. According to the Department of Defense, military families move every 3 years on average. So the Counseling Compact will support military families, improve access to continuity of care, and increase licensure portability for professional counselors while maintaining the current system of state licensure in Wyoming. So while providing these benefits to our members and the counseling community, the compact preserves the authority of each state. The compact does not determine scope of practice or alter it in any way. The compact is just an additional pathway to licensure, not an alternate pathway, nor does it replace or supersede state law or reciprocity agreements. The compact, like existing compacts in Wyoming, is just a separate additional pathway for licensure. So with these benefits in mind, I strongly urge you to support this Counseling Compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dominic, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. And with some of those comments in mind about Department of Defense, is Tammy still with us?
Mr. Chairman, we don't see Tammy online at the
Tammy
moment.
disappeared. That happens sometimes. We're a magical committee. Do we have further members in the room here who wish to testify? If you could all see the looks I see on people's faces here. Senator Wilson, or geez, Chairman Wilson, you want to be a senator today?
No, thank you.
Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. While we were having that conversation, I was also doing a little research, and I just wanted to say, so starting with the SIPACT, there's a note on page 38 about the omission of the phrase notwithstanding any other provision of state law. So I looked back on the bill draft that we used at our Casper meeting to vote to sponsor it, and that language is in that. It's on page 33 of the 20 LSO 0291. So, and then the same thing is on the licensed professional counselor. I looked on the bill draft that we used to vote from in Casper, and the staff note on page 48 of the professional counselor compact. If you look at page 43 of 22 LSO 0158, that language actually is there. So the omission of the language, frankly, is a typing error between what we voted on and what is here. So it seems to me that was obviously, we didn't intend it for it to be omitted. We voted on it with the language in it. Do you want me to give you those page numbers again? Okay. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Or it's something, not something we need to amend. It's already been passed that way.
I mean,
so-
I just want to make sure that if we vote aye on these, that the text of what we're voting on here should have those sentences in here, because that's what we voted on in Casper. And it's just, I think, a copy paste error or something like that.
Good observation. Okay. She's back on. Okay,
If you want to accept.
you're saying yes, but these folks over here are shaking their heads no. And I trust them more than I trust you.
No, I don't blame you. I think she's in the wrong way.
Do we have anyone else online who wishes to testify? Okay, see no one. We're going to separate these bills out now one at a time and work them, knowing that there's not much amending we can do through the compacts, mostly a discussion and to discuss our desires and what we want to do. So let's start with 23 LSO 0164, the Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact Committee. What is your desire?
Move the bill.
Bill's moved by Wilson, second by Connolly. Discussion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Wilson.
I want to be Queen.
Okay.
Queen Wilson.
I can remember
Okay,
that.
all right. Mr. Chairman, committee, I do think that this is a good bill. You know, I was the prime sponsor of the Interstate Physician Licensure Compact some years ago. We've also done, nurses, EMTs, various others that we say, there are always these wrestles on compacts. But, if you do a Google search on how many compacts is Wyoming in, the Bear River Water Compact, this compact, the other compact, I mean, they're not really, it's worth doing due diligence, especially as we go through each one. And this one has gone through a couple of times because we sent it back to the psychologist and said, hey, you need to talk more to your members and make sure they understand and that they want it. And so they've come back to us after a couple of years and said, okay, we've done more education, we've done more discussion. And so we don't always just leap on the latest, greatest thing. A couple of years ago, there was a advanced practice nurse compact, and we didn't vote for it because they had different, they stripped away the prescription, I think it was the prescription authority and that our nurses have in this state. We're like, nah. So it's not been just a fall over the cliff for any old compact that comes along. But I do think our mental health needs, we've been talking about this for a number of years now. We know we have significant needs. And again, our boards, the psychology board and, well, I should speak on around the SIPAC. So the psychology board has the ability to investigate any problem with an in-state patient and say, we don't care about your compact license, but you ain't practicing here. And I'm sure they will do that if that is needed. So I mean, I think it's every compact that I look at, I always make sure that it's clear that the local, our state board has jurisdiction over the practice when the patient is located in Wyoming. And as long as we do that, basically I'm happy. And so that's why I'll support this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Queen Chairman. And I would add on to that, and just an add on there, and we'll get to Representative Conley, and that is, this committee heard testimony from the Board of Medicine, from the Medical Society, et cetera, about the amount of good that has been done with the physician compact. Significant good has been done. We've added the access to our medical care across the state. Senator Papps is exactly right. We're going to see more compacts about a lot of different things, but specifically, we heard about the good we've done. And that's worth me to take back to my constituents and say, look, we've done. You have better access to healthcare through telehealth, through whatever means it is. It has already made a difference, and it's only 2 or 3 years old. 3? Time flies.
I think 2017.
Okay, well, it's been more than 3. Okay, well, 5. But it has done a significant amount of good, and I think that's something you can take home to your constituents, and I think that's important. I would never allow anything, I would never vote for anything in here that I thought would harm our constituents or that wasn't going to do good, because if you've heard me before, you've heard me say anything I vote on out of here, my goals are threefold: access, quality of care, and the third one, which already slipped my mind because it's late in the day. But quality of care and access to care are huge in the state of Wyoming. And I think this bill, both these bills, actually take steps toward achieving that. They're not the end all do all, but they take significant steps toward that. And with that, I'll shut up and listen to you, Representative Conley. You didn't have anything. Representative Ottman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to reiterate, I know it's the 11th hour and everybody's ready, but the thing is, all of the testimony that has come here today, everybody from all different venues are what makes it. And I appreciate Chairman Queen Wilson, in her comments. But I also want to say is that over the years, I've come to appreciate that words mean things, lawyers write things, and you never know what's in something till there's a problem. So I don't want our LSO staff, who we depend on for so much and who write the majority of the things, to think that their comments aren't appreciated, because I value them. It gives me some insight to things I don't understand, or things, all of the other statutes that have been looked into, changed, rearranged, added to, or left in or amended. So there's all of those things. So I just wanted to say that I do know in my district is very, very rural, that these things are very important to get service to my constituents. So I do appreciate that. But I also appreciate that committee work is of the utmost importance. And that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, further? And I would say, Representative Ottman, I always appreciate all the variety of opinions and outlooks. If I lived in just my echo chamber, I would appreciate my own opinion, but it's good. I do appreciate my opinion, as a matter. But it's good to hear all the different opinions, and good to hear everything, because sometimes things change, and I do change my mind, and we all do. And so I think that's important, and we appreciate it. And Senator McEwen has his hand up first, and then Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of want to echo Representative Ottman's comments. I find myself stuck in between testimony and what LSO said at the beginning of this. So I feel like I'm almost making a choice over who I think is more correct. And at the end of the day, I'll probably be a no on it, just to support our own attorneys and what they do for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Article 13 of this bill, on Section B, it says, any rule which has been previously adopted by the Commission shall have the full force and effect of law on the day that the compact becomes law in that state. This kind of concerns me. I don't know exactly whether I like this commission to have the full force and effect of law on the date the compact becomes law in that state. So that's kind of a concern to me. I don't know that I like these compact organizations to have the ability to have the full force and effect of law. So with that in mind, I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote on this bill, but that part of it concerns me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Further comments, committee? Representative Worf, long time since we heard from you.
Mr. Chairman, I have been trying to quantify and think about this, but I guess I still have, we've talked about a lot of different things, and the one that I don't feel like we've really talked about is the comment that LSO provided, where it said that there can be no regard to the financial strain that it may cause. And I guess I still have some consternation. I can be told all day long we've entered into all these other compacts and we should continue down that path. I think some of the problems we have today in our country is because we have Congress that's failed to do their job. And I, as a legislator, do not want to fail in doing my job to represent the people. And I think we're giving way too much power to this commission in this compact. And so I'm probably still a no, but I would like to hear somebody answer the question, does this have the ability to obligate the state financially? This is looking into the inappropriate conduct of out-of-state compact practitioners. And so that's number 4 on page 3. That was dealing with the licensing one, but I believe it's also stated in the psychology one. I guess I still have some concern that we're obligating the state to spend unlimited resources to find out. And I'm just gonna leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Orphan. I would just throw a partial answer out there, just from what I heard during that testimony, and that was that the obligation was for our state to only investigate those instances that occurred in our state with a resident patient. And that was my understanding. And that's, be that wrong or right, I believe that was what I took from the conversation, is that if harm or something, an unethical conduct or whatever that was, happened to somebody within Wyoming, then that would be what we would be investigating, is within Wyoming, not something that happened in Florida or Oklahoma or wherever that be.
Well,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, then can I ask LSO to clarify that? Because it says requires the Wyoming Mental Health Profession Licensing Board to investigate reported inappropriate conduct of out-of-state compact practitioners without limitation or without regard to the financial strain this might cause. That is very explicit in that it is not somebody that's in Wyoming. This is talking about somebody that's out of state.
And again, I would say the practitioner is out of state. I mean, that's the whole pretext of the whole thing, is the practitioner's out of state. The victim or the patient is in state. And LSO can certainly
Okay,
free
'cause
to comment on that.
The way I read that was if somebody from Florida is wanting to come here and practice, and all of a sudden they get here and we find out they have somebody in Florida that alleges that they did something inappropriate, that we would be under an obligation to investigate that. So if that can be clarified, thank you.
LSO, care to comment on that, or?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, it would only account for a patient that was in Wyoming.
Representative Conley?
Mr. Chairman, and also, it's not it's my understanding that it's not Wyoming. It's not the general fund, it's not the Department of Health, but it is the Wyoming State Board of Psychology. So it's the state board, in the same way that we're not responsible for the Wyoming State Bar Association. If they kind of investigate or punish their own, that's within themselves. And so what 6 is saying is that, honestly, these organizations, they have to police their own and police those that are under the compact as well. If there is a large fee, they're going to have to deal with it, not the state. It's just that as a board and commission, that it's called the Wyoming State Board, and we have that kind of oversight. But we have no financial obligation towards any of it, is my understanding.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not big on compacts. There's something about them. But I think what we need to do is, I'm going to go ahead and vote for this and let it get into session. Senator Pappas said he'd have people come explain some of this stuff here. And I think we need to pass it on, get it into session, and continue to work with this.
Thank you. Further comments, committee? Senator Pappas? We'll allow it this time.
Mr. Chairman, just to touch on that point about requiring the Wyoming Mental Health Professional Licensing Board to investigate and report without regard to financial aid.
Yeah,
it's on. I'm probably not close enough.
Just after, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty soft spoken, so I better get close. Thank you. I appreciate the advice. So requires the Wyoming Mental Health Professionals Licensing Board to investigate reported inappropriate conduct. Now, I'm not an attorney, and I don't read it at all that way. I don't see that Section 8 requires us to do anything, okay? It gives us the authority to do it, okay? And I don't read anywhere in there that it's without regard to financial strain that it might cause. I don't read that at all in there. I think that the board, the reason for the board is to monitor the practice and take adverse action. So they're going to do it anyhow. If someone is a bad actor in our state, not in Florida or wherever else, if they come in here and they're a bad actor, our board's going to do it. And they're going to do it just like they would do it against someone who's just licensed, even without the compact. So I don't actually think that statement is correct, personally. Again, I'm not an attorney, so take that with a grain of salt. But I see, and I've seen it in other compacts, that the authority is given to the state, to the board, to be able to go after these bad actors under the compact. I don't see it required. If the state decides that, no, we're okay with what they did, it could be dropped. It's up to the state board. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. No further comments? Are you ready for the vote? Question being called. Let's take roll call on the psych pack.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 23 LSO 164, Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact. Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator Hutchings?
No.
Senator McEwen?
No.
Senator Wasserberger excused. Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Representative Flitner?
Aye.
Representative Hallinan?
Representative Hallam, I can't hear you, sir.
Muted.
No.
Thank you.
Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative Ottman? Representative Stivar? Representative Worf?
No.
Chairman Baldwin?
Aye.
Madam Chair Wilson? Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. We have 9 ayes, 4 noes.
Thank you very much. That bill passes. That brings us to 23 LSO 165 committee. Do I have a motion on the bill? Moved by Brown, second by Stivar. Comments, committee? Question on the bill being called. I'll roll on 165. 5.
Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator Hutchings?
That's a no, it's a thumb down.
Senator McEwen?
No.
Senator Wasserberger excused. Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Representative Flitner?
Aye.
Representative Hallinan?
No.
Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative Ottman?
Aye.
Representative Stivar? Representative Worf?
No.
Chairman Baldwin?
Aye.
Madam Chair Wilson? Mr. Chairman, we have 9 ayes, 4 noes.
Thank you. 165 has passed Labor and Health Committee. It's really late. It's late, and the Queen has pointed that out.
I didn't say anything.
I know. Committee, anything overnight you would like us to think about? I would give the committee a homework assignment to please read 161, the upper payment limit authorization. Get it fresh in your mind before we hear it in the morning. As you remember, it's a little bit complicated, but get it fresh in your mind before we come in here in the morning. Thank you very much, Senator Pappas. Oh, he's going to make a comment. He's inviting us over for dinner to his house.
I'd just like to have a little public comment here, if you don't mind. I just wanted to make one point on compacts in general, because in the future, it may be a particular of importance. Remember, on compacts, before the compact reaches its number of states, certain compacts, it could be 10 states or it could be as many as 35 states I've seen, where the commission doesn't begin work until you hit that threshold. If for instance, on the counseling compact, if we would have passed it last year, we would have been meeting, I think that commission is actually starting to meet October this month to begin their work on the rules and regulations. Obviously, we didn't pass it last year, so our commissioner now will not have input on the rules and regulations. So just put in your mind in the future when newer compacts come up, and something we need to educate the rest of our colleagues is that if we're going to go into a compact, it's best to get in there in the ground floor so that we have a say in writing the rules and regulations. Just wanted to make that point, that it's important to get in there early. If we're going to get in there, get in early so we have a say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pappas. Now, if we could figure out a way to keep the same faces in the committee so that when the compacts come up again next time, we all got it. But unfortunately, I think that when you look at this committee next year, it may look different. So I may grow a beard. Yeah. Okay, committee, that's all of our business for today. Tomorrow we will come back, going to learn about upper payment limits and talk about a couple other issues that are before us. So get a good night's rest, have a good dinner, sleep well. Thank you, committee.